about you. I never thought I'd come around again, but I'm with you. I'm gonna take what I want. I'm gonna take what I want. I'm gonna take what I need. I'm gonna do as I please. I'm gonna take what I want. Yeah. I'm gonna take what I want. I'm gonna take what I need. I'm gonna do as I please. Do as I please. I'm feeling high when I'm low. I need it more when you're close to me, close to me. I'm feeling high when I'm low. I need it more when you're close to me. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. When I'm low, 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 low. I'm feeling high when I'm low. I need it more when you're close to me, close to me. Feeling high when I'm low. I need it more when you're close to me, close to me. I'm feeling high when I'm low. I need it more when you're close to me, close to me. I'm feeling high when I'm low, 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 low. I'm feeling high when I'm low. I need it more when you're close to me, close to me. To it, go ahead and bring a light on. Ain't no giant, I ain't gon' fire on. Catch a fade, you I'm wrong, I'm gone. Y'all can catch the wave that I am on. I am icon, y'all are wide wrong. Think that I'm more reconcilable, so ain't nothing to it though. This is on me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Keeping it true to form 10 L's into a milli though. But they already knew that those farewell to your opinions know that he is something. This is all me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Yeah, keeping it true to form, but there, Eddie knew that y'all.
I'ma show you who I am unbreakable. I'ma make you understand. Watch me escape.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Diplomacy League Night. It's summer in the United States, and just like the Gulf of Mexico, our competition has been on fire. For tonight's league, for our feature league, we're touring the land of bulldogs, bangers, and Brexit. Our coverage of the Tour of Britain continues. In tonight's VDL coverage, we'll be watching to see if any newcomers rise faster than a West Coast thermometer and make it into the top 7. Beat the heat and join us in chat. 10 Diplomacy League games are coming up. It's time for League Night. My name is Brian Prevost, one of the co-founders of the Diplomacy Broadcast Network, and tonight I'm joined by the real talent, your analysts. First up, we are going to say hello to the only thing hotter than his backyard. It's the TD of the Whipping Diplomacy Tournament, Adam Silverman. Adam,
What's up, Brian? Great to be back.
We should all grab a cheer wine and a paper plate. He's served more barbecue than anyone in the diplomacy hobby. Welcome, Mr. David Hood.
Hey there. It is hot. It is the summer. It is North Carolina. It is diplomacy action. We got July busting out all over here.
And is it hot in here, or is it just the man in third place overall in the DB&I standings, Mr. Ed Sullivan?
What's up? I feel like after listening to your music, I'm very breakable, but it was awesome theme music.
Well, thank you all for joining us tonight. We've got a lot of games to cover. So before we get to it, though, I want to take a moment and go over a couple of upcoming events. So let's take a look at those now. Really smooth transition there. All right, here it is. So it is July, and first we'll take a look at our tournament coverage. The inaugural Virtual World Diplomacy Community Summer Classic will be held on July 23rd to 25th. This virtual event is designed for international play. It'll have 5 qualifying rounds, a top board. You should sign up, then go watch the Game Day Live team's coverage of this event. Weasel Moot will mark the end of summer in the United States and the start of the second half of the DB&I season. You can play it Labor Day weekend with 2 rounds on Saturday, September 4th. And in breaking news, Bill Hackenbrack just announced that the Liberty Cup will be held in person October 8th to 10th. For more information about this event, you can watch Deadline News, which is scheduled to be released Friday, July 16th. In league play, the May-June Nexus Speedboat League just wrapped up, and Debian's own Riaz Varani repeated as Speedboat champion, and the July-August season's underway. So we hope to cover this round of games in the September edition of League Night. So if you like fast-paced zero-plus diplomacy, sign up now. Diplomacy's premier virtual face-to-face league, the VDL, Virtual Diplomacy League, returns August 21st. And as always, we will provide 3 rounds of globally friendly time slots, and League Night will provide live coverage. August 21st is going to be a busy day because the French Diplomacy League took a break in July, but has scheduled their next game for August 21st as well. And we will be covering the French Diplomacy League in the August broadcast of League Night. So that's a lot of diplomacy activity coming right up. Anything any one of you want to add about these upcoming events?
The French took a break.
Well,
come on. Surely you jest.
They took a break because they've got a tournament going on, so they've got an excuse.
I'll just say I'm so excited about the Summer Classic. I mean, this is going to be an ongoing virtual key event every year going forward. You know, we're not sure what's going to happen with some of the other tournaments going live and face-to-face, but the Summer Classic, that is a pure virtual tournament, and man, it should be really a great one with games over all time zones for people able to play all across the world. So that's just going to be a super event, and I hope that most of our viewers are all going to be jumping in on that one.
Yeah, and I'd like to remind everyone there is still time to vote in the League Night question of the day. Yesterday on Twitter, we asked, do you try to maximize your score in league games? We're going to be covering that topic shortly, but there's still a couple minutes left if you want to go to twitter.com/diplobn and vote in that poll. But for now, we're going to go ahead and take a look at our current standings. So let me go ahead and pull those up. All right, so VDL, this takes us through last month, through June. So competition was fierce. We in our fourth month of VDL competition. The top 4 players managed to defend their spots, but there were some shakeups in the top 7. The big winner being Andre Janico, who vaulted up 12 places from 19th into 7th. At the end of the season, the top 7 players will compete for the chance to become the 2021 VDL champion. So Andre will need to keep playing if he wants to defend this spot on the top board. Andre knocked out Craig Mayer. Everyone else in the top 7 remained the same. Eskel and Peter traded places. We'll start by talking to David. You covered a lot of the games last month. What stood out to you?
I think the thing that stood out to me was how different the games we covered last month were. You had a game that ended relatively early with a bunch of power sort of around the same number of supply centers, 7 supply centers, I think it was. Then you had a game with a lot of fluidity back and forth, a different game where Karthik ended up on top with 15 centers in Germany. That didn't have that kind of strong alliance play. And then the last game that we covered last month did have strong alliance play. It was an AT AstroTurk alliance versus the Continental, the FG alliance in the West, battling over the stalemate line. And Andre, as you pointed out, was able to come out on top of that, and it really vaulted him into the top 7. So it was a really exciting thing to see different types of games being played last month. Hopefully we'll see that tonight.
Adam, anything you want to add?
No, David really covered. It was interesting to see a couple of big results and a couple of things get really locked up early. Hopefully we'll see more of the big results today, but you never know where it's going to go.
And Ed, you played with many of these players. Is there anyone that's currently outside of the top 7 that you feel like has a good chance at qualifying for the top board?
I think Brandon Fogel, if he continues to play, he's got 1 game. I think he's number 20. I know he played today. But yeah, well, also I'm outside the top 7, so I think I have a chance at the top board. But that's, I guess, in self-interest. I think the story of this VDL is the number of newer players, not newer to diplomacy, but new to the league that have come in. And there's a real, just in the rooms of the games I've played, that's the alliance structure. I mean, people like me are looking for the people that I've played with before, and the new guys are trying to gang up on the old guys. And you're seeing a lot of that.
Yeah, that's a pretty common thing in most of the leagues and tournaments that I've taken part of. And it's fun to watch how that plays out. It kind of repeats itself. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but it's always fun to watch. So, all right. Well, with that, it's time to take a little bit of a closer look at some of our league leaders. Our top 3 did not change, so we're going to go a little bit more quickly than some of our previous broadcasts. Just a quick reminder, our player statistics that we're going over. GP are the games played. Top share is the average shares of board tops at the end of games. So that basically represents is somebody either topping the board or splitting tops. Cap is centers above or below average player, and that's been normalized by power. So that kind of shows is somebody ending games with more centers than other people. And then we get into our style statistics. Capo 4 represents centers above or below the average player at the end of 1904, normalized by power. So we're really trying to figure out, is a player, do they tend to get a hot start and play ahead, or are they the kind of player who tends to get their points later in the game? FSG is the average number of foreign supports given in at the end of 1908, normalized by power in units, and FSR is the number received. So with that, David, why don't you talk about our third place leader, Ben Kelman?
Ben, of course, we all know from watching the stream over the last 12 months, has played a lot of virtual games. He's played a fair amount of games here in the Virtual Diplomacy League at 12. The top share of 14% doesn't show, that doesn't separate him completely or out from many of those who are not in the top three. I think what really separates Ben out is the fact that he is hanging around in these games and has a cap that's positive at 3.17. And look at his ability to work with others with the foreign supports given, foreign supports received in a very, pro-ally arrangement. So Ben, I think, would be considered a strong and steady player. Has not had the gigantic results that we've seen from the other two folks we're getting ready to look at.
Yeah, what always stands out to me about Ben is his Capo 4 tends to be a little bit on the lower side for somebody that placed as high as he has in the league right now. But his overall cap is really high. He has one of the highest points on average after 1904 of any other player in the league. I think that's one of his strengths. Moving into second place, we have Morgante Pell.
Yes, we do. And again, no surprise that he's at the top or next to the top of the league, given his experience and play in the last several months. Look at the 27% top share, puts him, not first, but very high up in that category. And the foreign supports given, foreign supports received, essentially the same, showing that, Morgante is a little more able to get the foreign supports given to him, or at least willing to accept them, than was Ben. The Capo 4 rate at 1.92, pretty good. Look at that fourth place overall in the Capo 4. A little bit more aggressive player, Morgante is, than Ben or frankly almost anybody else. And that's why you would see him jump to that lead. You can see that's actually higher than his regular cap rating of 1.81.
Yeah, when he gets to a good start, he tends to do well. And other thing that's important, it's fourth out of about 61 scored players. So that's a pretty significant cap right there.
Indeed, yes.
Moving on to our league leader, Mikarlis Kamaridis. He is not ranked in any of our ordinals because we require 4 scores before that counts. But man, his the games he's played, he's done extremely well. David?
Yes, we're just waiting to see how consistent he can be, moving that games played from 3 up to something higher. You saw that Morgante's was 14 and Ben's was 12. We'll see how Mikarlis does as he gets closer to those numbers in games played. Mikarlis, by the way, is going to be featured in the next episode of Deadline News being dropped next week, as you mentioned earlier.
Well, Ed, you've played with most of these players. Stats tell part of the story, but it's not all of the story. What stands out to you, having a lot of experience playing with these players, with their stats? Like, how do the stats match the people?
Ben's a very likable guy. And so when you see foreign supports given, that's one way for people to like you. Ben's going to try and help you if he can. He averaged a foreign support given per season So that explains it to me. Then you look at Morgante. He doesn't like to have his pieces intermingled with others. He doesn't like to be in that position. Morgante's game, in my mind, is preserving his options. He's an alliance player, but he's going to be on his side of the board, and you're going to be on your side of the board when you play an alliance with Morgante for the most part, which is why that FSG, FSR number is low for him. But Morgante provides real value to people mid to late game because he's got a great tactical mind. And it's always he's one step ahead. So that Capo 4 is why that scores that way. And then Michaelis, I think the scores are a little skewed for him given that he's soloed. So that's going to skew any stats. Hard to know. I played in the very next game with him afterwards, and he's just like, I'm here for fun and to help anybody who wants to be my ally. That's it. He goes, I'm going to qualify. And if I can help you qualify, that's great. I'm here to make friends because I've already made a lot of enemies. Really smart, fun guy to play with.
Adam, anything you want to add?
Well, I think the stats are really interesting. One thing that I noted, except for McCarless, Ben and Morgante have both played quite a large number of games. And if memory serves me, only 4 or so games are counted for their actual VDL ranking. So what's really interesting is I sort of wonder how the dynamic changes when you're no longer in a position to have a large result, and you're talking about league play where the game is a throwaway anyway, right? And ultimately that could have impacts on the stats that are not necessarily related to your normal style of play. I don't know too much about how these guys are dealing with that, but just something we should be watching out for.
Yeah, I always like to point out stats are not necessarily an indicator of how someone will play. It's just what has happened. But it's always fun to look at. It does tell you a little bit. And I, for one, am really grateful to Wes Ketchum and the hard work that he's put in to help us get this. It's one of my favorite things we've been able to add to the show of late. All right. Well, it has DBN has been a leader in coverage of competitive diplomacy for over a year. We've covered a lot of games in a variety of formats, tournaments, speedboat, French language, leagues. A topic that frequently has come up is whether or not someone should have maximized their score, particularly if they had a clear opportunity to do so and chose not to. You've all heard our thoughts on air about this topic ad nauseum, but we wanted to get your thoughts. So we turned to Twitter and we put out a poll. So here are those results. So let's make that easier to see. Do you try to maximize your score in league games? 62% said yes if they have the chance. 23% said yes, but only for big scores. 8% said they only try to maximize at the season's end, and 7% said no, reputation means more. So let's talk about that a little bit. Ed, did anything surprise you about any of these results?
Well, no, because I think that's how most people approach diplomacy, even in a league game. But in my mind, they're wrong. I mean, to me, option 2 is clearly for a league format, which you always say, Brian, is a variant, right?
It is a variant.
League is a variant. And the variant here is you got to play with these people again. You got a chance for a solo or a big score like Michaelis did. Okay, great. That's one thing. But if you're talking about board topping for 10 more points when you can share a top and gain a friend, that's more important in a league format, unless it's at the end of the season. Then it's all, for people struggling for the top board, everything goes out the window. But for the early season, and that I got relentlessly criticized by Brandon last year for not going for board tops. But what I got was a lot of allies, and I had a lot of people. I had to turn down allies. I mean, legitimately, that's a great position to be in a league. I don't have that position this year. I'm just struggling for friends. But the thing is, that's the proper way to play in a league, is to be reliable and consistent, and people know what they can get. Not for tournaments, but for
it's fascinating to see. It's really easy when somebody's just pushing the button on a Twitter poll to say, I'm playing to maximize my score. But when the pressure's on and that draw vote comes up and you're in second place or you're tied for a board top and you got to make a decision on the fly, are you going to accept that draw? Are you going to keep playing and risk what happens next? I'm not sure everybody's actually doing that, and I'm not sure everybody's actually living that.
I'm not even sure people can do that. There's a lot of emotion involved in diplomacy, and sometimes you cannot turn it off, nor should you. You may say, I want to maximize my score, but then I really like playing with Ed. I guess I think I would enjoy sharing the top with him is the way, or that dastardly, Silverman stabbed me. I'm not, I don't care that I'm losing some points. I'm taking that guy down. That's the sort of reaction that people have in diplomacy. It's part of the game.
Do you feel that your approach is different in the context of a tournament versus a league?
Well, I'll answer that one first, which is, for me, it's not different. I have a very hard time turning off I'm going to maximize my score in this game. I don't care whether it's a house game. Now, I can if I've got other considerations, like that game I played in Whipping and I had to end it instead of going for the solo because I was going to be on coverage on DBN. Had other but if assuming you don't have any other constraints, I'm always going to play to maximize the score. And so even if Ed Sullivan is right that you should play a league game differently, I'm not sure I could do that. The game is calling out to me saying I can take 3 more centers. I'm going to take them.
Ed, do you feel like some players are more suited towards a specific style than others? Like, could this be more personality dependent than strategy dependent? Or do you feel like it's just black and white?
No, I think there's a right way to play the league and a wrong way, but I don't think players. One thing I've noticed about diplomacy players is some are into the scoring systems and some aren't, but they're not thinking about the next game. And it's like David said, I mean, in my mind, that's short-term thinking. You got to think, and in tournament play, it's a different deal if you're only playing 3 games. So I understand that as well. And I'm struggling with that. I finished second 2 times in a row and close to 2 other games or 2 other tournaments because I've left points on the table in my first rounds.
Adam, I'll close with you with a 2-part follow-up here. One, what are some techniques you use to balance maximizing the score and the fact that you have to play with these players again, even if it's not in the same event, but perhaps on the circuit or something like that? And then the second part would be, do you feel like you... is it a black and white thing for you? I guess is how.
I guess, yeah. I mean, I guess the first thing I'd say is this is clearly not black and white, and I think like everything else in diplomacy, there's not a black and white, yes, no, right, wrong answer here. And these things are so situation dependent. It's hard to have an answer that makes sense all the time. My experience, I have not played league games. I've played a lot of tournaments, and my experience has been if you are a respectful player and you're playing the game. Stabbing your ally at the end of a game to get the board top or to get the higher score or to get the better score on the board is something that's going to sting that person. But memories are actually, for those kinds of things, memories are actually shorter than you think they are. And, you'll have people will have your respect for having done that in the long run, not acrimony for having done it. And it may affect you, it may not. You have to kind of weigh that. But honestly, if you're in the position to go for it, it's hard to argue with that in a tournament setting. In a league setting, I can't speak to what people's memories specifically are. But usually in the heat of the next game, unless you've done something that really bothered somebody, it's a whole new ball game, and you're just working on things as they are.
Yeah, I played a lot of league play with the Windy City Weasels, and I I would say the majority, not everyone. You have to figure out every player is different. That's part of what makes this game so fun. But the majority of players do tend to have a short memory and respect the player who's trying to do the best they can. That's why we're here. We're playing this game. But that being said, you do have to work with people. You have to build a reputation of being somebody can work with. And if you make bad stabs, that's like to try and maximize when there's no chance that you're actually going to improve your position. That's what loses you respect. And then I know I've personally left points on the table, and it's come back to haunt me at the end of the season. Just missed out by a point or two.
I think dotting an ally to get an extra center for what's a middling result or a slightly better middling result, that's the kind of stuff that I think ticks people off. But if you're talking about, going for a solo top where the difference is substantial, they probably would have done it to you if you didn't do it to them.
Well, that's one of my favorite parts of this game. It's the human element. That's what keeps it fresh. So that's why I was interested in this question, and I appreciate your feedback. Let's go ahead and take some time now. Speaking of the human element, Corey Nesland caught up with a player who has quietly slipped into the top 5 of both the Virtual Diplomacy League and the top 5 of the Tour of Britain. Let's meet Eskel Sandblom.
Hi, Eskel. It's so nice to have you here. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine, thanks. Hi, Corey.
Hi. So I just want to address really quickly. It looks like you're in a little bit of a strange place, and it looks like you're on your phone. What's up with that?
Yes, I'm currently off camping here in Sweden, and it's also very late. So
Yes, I think you told me it's 11 p.m., right?
that's correct. It's
Awesome.
usually like the times for diplomacy also are usually either really late or so.
Well, I'm sure that we all appreciate the fact that you have decided to deal with American time zones and come play with us in some diplomacy games.
It's really fun to play on these virtual, and I haven't played at all in face-to-face or any such before, like at the tournament level, I'd say.
Got it. Well, before I ask you about how you got into playing diplomacy, how have you been enjoying playing virtual diplomacy, which the whole diplomacy world had to get used to in the last couple of years?
Well, I have enjoyed it quite a lot. I think it's like with my friends when we have played face to face. I think that's a little better, just because you can read other people's faces and it feels more natural than on virtual face to face. But overall, it's still a great experience. Just highly recommend it.
Got it. That's pretty similar to what I hear most of the time. My first question, I guess, is how did you get started playing diplomacy?
I got introduced to diplomacy by my classmates a year above. I joined a new school, and they essentially had a extended deadline game, which proceeded throughout a semester. And that's how I got started. It was last autumn. That's when I began playing.
Got it. How did that actually turn out? Did you win?
No, it went horribly. It was like some big map with like 21 players, and I got steamrolled immediately. So.
Oh, that doesn't even sound like normal diplomacy. So it was your first experience with a variant?
Yeah, my first experience was with a huge variant with tons and tons of players, and we didn't even play it correctly. It was very.
I know there are a lot of players out there who really like those, but to me, that just sounds like a nightmare. I can't even imagine trying to play a game with 20 other people. I can barely play it with 6 other people.
It wasn't the best, but it was interesting enough that I started playing it with like a closer group of friends on the standard map, and that's when it really hooked me. That was much better.
Got it. So what brought you to the virtual diplomacy world? Was it just trying to find some other people to play with that weren't your friends? Maybe get exposure to something else?
It was mostly actually through YouTube. I found videos of such games, and I got interested. And well, I had played quite a lot with my friends, and I wanted something, well, maybe a bit more challenging. So that made me interested in finding out what it was all about. And so I just signed up, and I think I played for Britain first because it was the one that was going to go off the soonest.
Interesting. Okay. And how is that going from your perspective?
A Tour of Britain, or
Mhm.
it's going good. The first two games I played, that went well. Even though it was like 2 days following each other, which was a lot since I hadn't really played all that much, like even normal face to face at that point. So like 7 hours and then another 7 hours, and the times weren't great. That was quite exhausting. And then I think I played like one more, and that went horribly, as Turkey, as it always does. Play Turkey.
I don't know how it is in other metas, but in the United States, at least right now, Turkey is just getting destroyed. So I feel for you. So now that you've played, you got started with the variant, you've played with your friends, and you've played some virtual games. Are you thinking about going to tournaments? Are you thinking about playing face-to-face either in the near future when things are a little bit more settled?
I mean, the closer the better, really. I'm so far out of the way here in Sweden that it's going to be tough to find. But it's absolutely like on my list of things I would like to do is go play more face to face in like a competitive format. That would be amazing. I don't know.
That sounds like a call to action for all of our European folks on getting that stuff going.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's awesome. And I guess maybe my last question for you would be, what's your favorite aspect about playing diplomacy? Like what's the thing that keeps drawing you back to it?
Well, it's really that with most other games, it's usually a strategy that just, there's a good strategy for almost all scenarios. In diplomacy, it's like always changes depending on the people, what the strategy and what the tactics has to be. And that's really like the key element that makes you want to play over and over again and find new ways and strategies to like implement.
Yeah, I would certainly agree with that. Well, I want to say thank you. Thank you so much for staying up late and taking time out of your camping vacation to like sit and join with us here. I really liked talking to you, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how the rest of your play goes.
Thank you. Yeah, it was great being here as well.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much.
Yeah, goodbye.
All right. It's great to be able to meet Eskel. I mean, what stood out to you, Adam?
Look, it's great to have players throughout the world. I didn't realize that he was in Sweden. That's just incredible to be, building up this as a global hobby. If memory serves me, there was a World DipCon in Sweden in 96, 98, something like that, before I was even involved in the hobby. But, maybe this is, something we'll have again in the future.
Sweden actually used to be a hotbed of diplomacy, face-to-face diplomacy back in the day. There was a whole bunch of Swedes that came to the North American tournaments. It was amazing. So the potential's there. If we just get enough people back together and get some critical mass going, we could have more tournaments in Sweden. I think the World DipCon was in Gothenburg, as I recall.
Well, before we get to our games, I'm going to give both of you a moment to help set up some storylines tonight. Adam, what are you looking for?
We've had a lot of different types of games. I think last week we saw one or two really big results. We had some 15-plus center games. I'd love to see some people pushing the envelope here. And, 1910 is a little bit tough to get a solo in that amount of time, but I'd like to see some big results.
David.
not only would I also like to see that, I also want to see some different things, and I want to see some different people step to the front. You know, it's fine for the perennial powerhouses to do well. We've got lots of other diplomacy talent out there, and it's time for them to step up and take control of the game. Guess what? Everybody was a newer player at some point and hadn't yet taken control of the games they were playing. There's no reason why some of these other really talented folks can't do that tonight.
Yeah, something Dave Moletsky said that always hit home for me is like, you can do this. Like, you need to have that confidence and go for it. Ed, what are you looking to see tonight?
Well, I'm looking to talk to a lawyer because when you get separated from your wife, you better make sure you get the internet in the separation, which I didn't get.
Oh, no.
It's pretty bad internet, but I think I'm okay now. I'm just looking for different stuff. And if I see different stuff, it'll be great.
Awesome. Well, this is a great time for us to pause. Thank each of you for watching. I'd like to give a shout out to our chat. Chat's one of my favorite parts of the show. Would not be the same without you. So chat it up. Look forward to watching that at the whenever I rewatch the broadcast. If you're enjoying the show, please like the video. Consider subscribing. If you have any feedback or anything, post it in the comments. Those three things help YouTube prioritize the broadcast. Helps us with our mission of sharing competitive diplomacy with a larger audience. That wraps things up for the opening. We've got 10 games to cover tonight, so hold on to your hat, Mr. Hood. You and I are about to get started. We will give Adam and Ed a break, and we'll get into our games. See you guys shortly. All right, David. Let's take a look at our games. All right, in rounds 1 and 2 for our July VDL games, we've got a stacked group of competition. We have updated DB&I rankings, and you can see those now. So our top 10 by DB&I ranking for rounds 1 and 2. We've got Karthik in 5th, Jason and Massbaum in 10th. Johnny Gillum is, those are their boards. Jason Massbaum in 2nd, Johnny Gillum in 8th, Morgante Pell in 9th, Farron Jane in 11th, so on. Crazy good talent in these games. Any stories from this list of players that you're looking for, David?
Well, the one that jumps out at me is Gene Hataro. I think Gene was really came to the tournament. I mean, came to the league last month and had some really good results there. Maybe to one of the tournaments. Really looking forward to seeing Hataro do something today.
All right, well, let's take a look at our first game. For this game, VDL 60. This is super early or late in North America. This is a more European-friendly time zone. In Austria, we have Klaus de Graaf. England, Simon Bath. France, we have Ronnie Mordanov. Germany, we have Farron Jane, who exploded back into the scene. Super 7 for last year's DB&I. Took a break and immediately came back and won. Like, just impressive performance last weekend or a couple weekends ago. Italy, we've got Baron of Kirkholm. Russia, Nick Armand. I still can't do it. Amatangelo. And in Turkey, we have Robert Shoup. David, on this board, who's your favorite and anything that you're going to keep your eyes on?
It almost goes without saying, Farron's got to be the favorite on this board, even given Farron's recent success. My guess is that Farron Jane is going to be in contention to top this board in this game. There's some other strong players here. Don't get me wrong. Klaus de Graaf's been playing a lot lately, won the DixieCon Speedboat Tournament. Robert Shoup also played DixieCon's Player's Choice. And we've seen some of these other players before, but Farron sort of really stands out to me.
All right. Well, we will keep our eyes on that. And David, I'm going to ask your help. This will be my first time in the analyst chair in about a year. So we'll dust this rust off. We'll get started. We're going to do 1 minute at a time and get going. Spring 1901.
That Turkish move where you go to Armenia to bounce the Russians has become more of a thing lately, because the Russians and the Turks have realized that if they do a lot of standing off, then all these prevalent AIs really just come and jump them. But as you can see, we've got some other interesting openings here that we don't often see. You know, the Tyrolia Bohemia thing, which the Germans have bounced the Italian and Tyrolia, which is not horribly unusual. It's just unusual for the Austrians also to be going to Bohemia at the same time. Also, you can see the army going to Naples from Italy is a very unusual thing. Otherwise, do I see anything surprising? Yes, I do. What are the Russians doing in Silesia and Warsaw? This is a fascinating set of results. Looks like AIR, honestly, is going to jump. Usually that's a 1902 type thing. Looks like they're going to go in 1901 with an AIR.
Yeah, I wonder if this is a case of the board being a little spooked by the big name of Farron Jane, and they could just
be entirely possible
reacting. Yeah. And one of the things that's always interesting for me to watch is how does somebody who is that big name, how do they adjust to becoming an early game target? We'll see if that's what happens here.
The answer is they prevent the East from taking Berlin. Now, interestingly, the Austrians hold in Bohemia. They don't support the Italians to Tyrolia, or they don't support the Russians to Munich. Nothing like that. They hold. So that's an interesting set of moves. The Turkish move to the Black Sea is probably expected there, whether it's friendly or not to the Russians. The convoy to Norway and the move to Barents is it almost goes without saying, but is a very aggressive, hey, Russia, I'm coming for you kind of move from the English units.
Yeah, Nick's position looks, I would not want to pick up this position if I had to fill in. I'll just leave it at that. Look, I normally would really criticize the hold in Bohemia. I don't like the move to Bohemia in the first place, and I especially don't like a hold this early in the game. But Klaus knows what he's doing. I'm going to be watching closely to see if I learned something here.
You know, we didn't mention this, but the bounce in Baltic was really interesting. The Russians assumed the Germans would bounce you in Sweden because that's what you do when the Russians go to Silesia. Farron knows that, double thought it, and thought, Nick's going to go for Baltic. I think it was just a great counter move.
It's inconceivable. Both glasses were poisoned. All right, so we get our builds. What's the story with these builds, David?
Turkish army Smyrna jumps out at me because 3 armies in a fleet, that really limits what you can do as Turkey, which may be fine. Turkey's saying, you know what I'm going to do? Go to Armenia is what I'm going to do. So it's interesting that that's being taken off the table, having a fleet presence in the Med immediately. The other thing that's interesting here is the fact that we've got Western triple builds from England and from France. The English, if England builds an army in 01, it means they're going to convoy stuff to the continent and try to go into Russia, typically, is what that means. Mm-hmm. Of course, the French fleet build in the south typically means, not always, but typically means, hey, Italy, I'm coming for you.
Yeah, and typically in the Western triple, if you're going to play it, Germany's going to want 3, and both Holland and Belgium are unoccupied. It's been a while since I've seen that.
Well, they didn't have any choice because of the 1901 attack.
Yeah, and just fantastic defense by Farron there. And we'll find out if diplomatically they're able to turn that around, or if this is just a delayed EF.
Well, the Russians have wisely decided to go back, knowing that England's coming for them in the north and that Turkey's coming for them in the south. There's not much point in continuing a fruitless exercise against the Germans. The Italians obviously also reacted to the fact that there was a build from the French in the south. Looks a little bit like AT, doesn't it? Astroturk rearing its head in spring of 02. The English convoy to Norway is exactly what I suggested earlier was the point of that army. It was just to pump armies into Scandinavia / northern Russia. Now we've lost Belgium and Holland. Neutrals are taken by France and Germany, respectively. Otherwise, we've still got Western units going east and Eastern units going west. So that's what happens when it looks like there's a triple on one side. If you're really paying attention, often a triple forms on the other side. Although it's unclear to me exactly whether that's what's happening in the east, but we shall see.
Yeah, I think for me, the position I like is Austria here. I think they've got a great position to pick up. I mean, being in Ukraine, got position on Warsaw, fleet in Tyrrhenian Sea in 1902. Yeah, I'm just watching this.
It's not just the fact that he's got that offensive position. There are 7 centers in the Balkans. Only one of them until that build had a unit in it, and it was Austrian.
Yeah. All right, we've got Nick Port just having a bad day. Hope that it's late for him and he's able to go to bed, not early, and this is the start of the day.
Looks like the English move into northern Scandinavia and all that sort of thing is now shifted to being an anti-German move, because that's what the Helgoland Bight means. That's what Sweden means. So the French also trying to, they actually self-bounce in the Ruhr. So the French and the Germans are probably still somewhat friendly. That Farron doesn't know that, which is why Farron did all the moves that Farron did there. But from looking at the French moves, the French really are looking like they're going to go to the mid. Now, you do have the army move to Tyrolia. And is that a way to get around and put pressure on Munich? We'll find out. But this sure does look like a pretty traditional AT, with the Turkish fleet being built in Smyrna and then not being used at all. Normally, if you're going to, I meant untraditional AT, because normally if you build the fleet, it goes out so that it can go help against Austria's enemies or Austria's targets. Not moving there is a little unusual.
I like Roni's position here just because of the options. That getting into Tyrolia there, like they'd be able to look at the English position and say, hey, I'm going to make a move now or not, and they'll come out good either way. So.
Yep.
And they're making the move.
Yeah. The Germans actually take Warsaw with Austrian help, which is really good for the Germans considering what's happening to them otherwise. I mean, bouncing the English, but the French get into Holland. The Italians and the Austrians and the Italians put that Italian fleet into Lyon, so that's a real setback for France there, particularly given the fact that the Tyrolia attack on Munich didn't actually work. So in the east, you've got Black Sea going to Romania. My guess is that is with consent, so that the Turks can build again. Although they've already got 2 units they're not doing anything with, so it's a little strange. But I guess we'll see what Klaus and Robert have cooked up here.
Yeah, and I've been impressed with the coordination between Austria and Italy here. The past couple turns, they've done a really good job of slowing the French advance, frustrating the French and almost forcing them to go against Germany because of how well they're working together. The thing I'll be keeping my eye on is whether Turkey is going to show restraint and or start taking those Balkan centers, because that will collapse that position, which would be good for France if that happens.
Turkey's got to do something at some point.
Yeah. All right. Well, we say farewell to Nick, and we've got Farron disbanding in Warsaw. Wouldn't be able to hold that anyway. That makes sense. Anything stand out to you with these adjustments, Dave?
Did the Turks waive a build? I think the Turks waived a build
because
they've got 6 centers and 5 units. I think they've waived a build. Which, if what you're doing is standing pat so that AI will go fight your war for you, that makes sense to waive. I mean, what would be the point of building again? You've already got 2 units, as I said earlier, that you're not really using. Now, the thing about Turkey is it's fine to say you've got a triple alliance with A and I, but now Turkey actually has no front to fight on because Austria has taken the only front the Turks could have had, which was Moscow. So Turkey, Robert's got to is certainly fixing to do something here.
Yeah, and it could be an opportunity if diplomatically Farron is able to talk her way into working like with a triple in the West. That's a big chunk of units in the East that are not doing anything because there could be an opportunity. I don't know if they're going to go for that though. They do not.
Well, there's what you do. I said earlier, you need a front to fight on if you're going to be Turkey and still stay copacetic with the Austrians. And you can do that if the Austrians move it around so that now the Turks are on the front line. It's not much of a front, but at least you now touch Warsaw and you touch St. Pete, you could do something against a common enemy. French get back into Lyon. But otherwise, we've got, basically a big jam up in Germany where Farron's doing Farron's best to defend, and Farron is defending pretty well.
Yeah, a lot of tap dancing. And the tap dancing continues, but running out of floor space.
Well, I think that Klaus just made a move, right? Warsaw, Bulgaria, Venice, Naples. That's kind of a big move.
Yeah.
It's hard to talk about anything except that right now.
Yeah.
Italy's position has just crumpled into nothingness because the French are in Tyrrhenian, the French are in Western, and Austria took 2 of your things. So the Baron of Kirchholm is a much smaller barony than it was earlier.
This is one of the larger stabs that I've seen in a VDL game.
Yes.
Really impressive. The only thing that I'm pausing about is it's against both of the neighbors. So it'll be, heck, with that many builds.
The thing to Bulgaria may not be a stab, honestly. I actually think it's probably not. I think it's still an AT. As I have said before, if you have a stable AT actually requires the Austrians to own Bulgaria, usually with an army. And you bounce with it. There are ways to set this up. So my guess is that's a setup, but we'll see.
That would be why you're winning tournaments and I'm not.
Well, I won tournaments back when you were about 5 years old. Besides that. All right. You got to see +3. Got to see the Austrians building a fleet.
Yeah.
Got to see that just jumps out at you and you can't help it.
It's beautiful. There we get the Turkish build another fleet. Makes sense.
Right. Makes perfect sense.
So you're still in we've got the AstroTurk continues.
I think so. We'll find out in a minute, but I think so.
Well, we'll go ahead and pause here. Who do you like? You got to pick one power. Who wins?
Again, it's an easy question to answer. It's got to be Klaus in Austria, not just because he just did this from a tremendous stab. He seems to have everything going his way diplomatically. Because like I said, I suspect they still got Robert on side. We're going to find out, but I suspect that he does. I suspect he's got some kind of deal worked out with the French. What's really going to be a question is whether the French, once Italy's dead, really are going to stay in the Med and fight, or are they going to move on England, who, by the way, England's made some progress here, but they're not gigantic, and they're certainly still potentially vulnerable later on, particularly if France gets a build and then can build and do a surprise attack. Or the English can do a surprise attack on the French, which is another possibility. Which it makes sense because basically Simon had gone as far as he could go. So I guess it may, plus, as I said earlier, at some point France was going to make an attack, so might as well preempt it. So I actually like that move a lot from Simon.
And is the stab in the East?
It looks like it, yeah. It looks like that's the end of the AT that I was expecting. I actually didn't expect that Klaus would be the one to stab. I thought it would be Robert, if anybody. So maybe this is a preemption. It's a possibility that he assumed that Robert was going to stab, and so he went ahead and did it himself. But I guess the question becomes, who's your friend if you're Klaus? It's not Italy. That he's thrown in with the French, which is not surprising.
Yeah, and it's not France because they've thrown in the
It's
Italian.
not France.
Yeah.
Or at least it doesn't look like it's France.
Yeah, they could things could change like that.
Yeah, well, France had to pull back because of the English attack.
Mhm.
At least pull a fleet back, which they did. Gosh, there's some interesting twists and turns here for a game that started so oddly with triple type moves going in both the east and the west. We've got a lot of movement here. Look at Farron now being able to bounce back into the game, getting into Burgundy, getting into Belgium. That's really awesome.
Yeah, gotta love seeing that. I love the convoy into Brest. A lot to like on this one.
Absolutely.
All
Klaus
right,
is still up too because he did so well.
and he's got another fleet. If you're gonna get a big score as Austria, you need those fleets. Good to see. Or that's one way to do it.
The Turkish disband in Moscow certainly makes things a little easier for Klaus.
Mm-hmm.
So, has EG sort of become an alliance here or not? I mean, Farron's moving units east. Gosh, Simon really did get the major jump on France. I know I said that earlier, but it's really coming home to roost now. Klaus's move, I wasn't expecting his attack when he did it, and perhaps I should have. He's really done a good job with it.
Yeah.
And the Turks were a little out of position, and the Turks are still trying to reorganize and get themselves in position. I guess we didn't say this, but goodbye, Baron. We should have said that at the end of 05.
Yeah, farewell, Tunis. Man, this is an exciting game. We've got a lot of dynamic play for where we're at in the game. I mean, it's hard to see anybody topping besides Austria. Do you see anybody you feel like could catch up or compete?
Probably not in a time limited game, which this is. I mean, it's England could do some stuff here if they get some centers off of Farron, maybe. But goodness, who's going to ever push the Austrians back if the English hit Farron? So yeah, it's looking hard to see how Klaus doesn't top this board. But stranger things have happened. We'll see.
I wonder how much Klaus and Simon were communicating those stabs. If they worked that out together and they both decided to make the move at the same time, that was genius. Really, really good call for both of them.
Yeah, they often can coordinate very well in the sense that they usually have common enemies, England and Austria. It's a little bit like France and Russia typically have common enemies. Oh, goodness. All right, Simon, go ahead and take some of Farron's stuff while you're at it, which is what I was saying earlier. I mean, that's the next step to try to unseat Klaus. But look at Klaus convoying to Syria. Isn't that pretty?
That's classic Lepanto.
Classic Lepanto invasion. It's just not exactly classic.
Your classic 1907 Lepanto.
Yeah, it's just simply a good move. Look at what the Turks are doing, though. Well, I was going to say they were supporting Sev. Not sure. I see, because there were two Austrians that could have attacked it. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. And I failed to mention this, but I think Simon getting into Moscow is pretty big here. That's going to really slow Klaus's growth.
Yeah, I mean, I said that it's hard to see how there was going to be time to catch Klaus. I mean, the Klaus's problem is that, yes, he's got a sort of a non-aggression now with France, but he doesn't really have anybody else he can work with. He's at war with the Turks, and he's kind of at war with, England. So there's nobody else to work with. Farron, was trying to work with the English against the Austrians. That's not going to work because Farron's getting crunched. So there's not really anybody left to work with if you're Austria. So Austria just takes his piece of Farron, taking Munich. And still building. But look how big England is now.
Yeah, took over the lead. We've got 13 and 11. Did not expect that. Real
You
well.
know,
played by
I think
Simon.
it's possible that what we didn't expect was Farron moving against Klaus slowed him down against the Turks and really got him to where he couldn't finish off the Turks or make progress against the Turks as fast as you and I were expecting.
Mm-hmm.
So it was really Farron's move that was a little surprising. I don't blame Farron for trying to, be useful to try to stay alive. It just didn't work for Farron.
It's fascinating.
Now it's hard to see how Simon doesn't top the board. I mean, even France is just holding and supporting at this point, not even trying to do anything goofy. I mean, we'll see. The Turks are doing what they can to defend, but they're eventually going to lose position. That army in Syria is obviously relevant to that question.
It's definitely a race.
Quite a spring move there for Austria. Let's see what we can do in the fall. Yeah, the French, not only are the French holding and supporting, they're actually moving away from the English. So it looks like that Roni's going to at least putatively try to play kingmaker here.
And the other move that caught my eye was Farron going back into Munich.
Indeed.
Yeah.
And the English taking Warsaw. But at some point, that was nothing. There's nothing Klaus could do about that. He has to go finish off the Turks and hope for the best, which he's doing a pretty good job.
I love this English.
He does lose one of his fleets, his forward fleet, but not much you can do about that.
All right. So 1908, you probably have between 1 and 3 years to play, most likely. You've got 2 builds as England sitting at 15. What are you building?
You mean if you're the English, what are you building?
If you're the English, yeah.
Well, typically at this point in the game, the English don't want to build any more fleets, but actually they've already got a lot of armies. And the French, assuming the French are still on your side, you don't really need a fleet. It's at least 1 army. It might be 2 armies. I'd be tempted to build another fleet just for defensive purposes, because I'm not sure how fast you could get 2 armies going anyway.
And is there time for a solo?
No, I don't think so.
All right.
I don't think either. Well, there's nothing wrong with ending it there either, because Klaus is real. As I said earlier, he really got slowed down a lot by Farron coming east. Made him unable to finish off the Turks fast enough. But kudos to Simon for a greatly timed move against the French. Again, something I was not necessarily expecting. That turn probably should have, and France maybe should have. And as you pointed out, being able to convoy that army directly into Brest without any contest was just devastating.
Yeah.
So that is just a really good game played by Simon, who I think is another Swede.
Maybe we got a start of something good there. So keep our fingers crossed for that. Yeah, it was a great game. David, thank you for the coverage. Next up, we are going to move in to our round 2 games. And I'm going to hop off. David, you're going to stay on, and we're going to welcome in Ed. Ed, you ready for this?
I'm ready.
All right. And Ed, I'm going to let you introduce the board. So I'll hop off, and then you can start.
Okay, we have Jean Hitaro, who's Austria. Gary Sturley from England, is playing England, great guy. Brandon Fogel, everyone on DBN knows him, very dangerous player. He's 19th with 1 game. Eric Hunter, who I think David Hood knows. I know he was new to the Discord server. Liam Stokes, classic wild card player from Victoria, British Columbia. Ben Kelman, we talked about him earlier on the game. And Nikola in Turkey. And note, I was GMing this game. So I GM'd 3 games in round 2, and I named them after UT Heisman Trophy winners. This was Earl Campbell game.
And I love me some Earl Campbell when he was at the Oilers, the Houston Oilers. What a great player. I'm going to refuse to talk about where he went to college, But man,
He
he was a
averaged
great
8
player.
yards a game at UT. 8 yards a run. Okay, David, do you want to take the West or the East or just go? I don't know if I'm color. I don't know what we're doing.
Doesn't matter. How about if I just start off by talking about this particular turn? You can do the next turn.
Sounds good.
The Germans' move to Silesia is amazing. I do know Eric Hunter. He's a longtime face-to-face player from Pennsylvania, and he is a wild card as well. So you've got him and Liam as wild cards. Italy doesn't do anything terribly surprising. The Austrians don't go to Galicia, which was a move we were seeing a lot last fall. I haven't seen much this spring in the summer, but we certainly see it in this game. But the only other thing that stands out at me is the somewhat unusual, but sometimes we see it on these streams, that French opening where you do the army moves to Burgundy and Gascony. Often you see that with a bouncing Burgundy, not in this case.
Yeah, the one I'll give you a bit of inside information. Klaus de Graaf played 1901 Germany. Eric Hunter subbed in spring 1902.
Oh, wow. Well, I would have expected this move to Silesia from Eric, to be perfectly honest, and wouldn't have necessarily expected it from Klaus. So that's very interesting.
Okay, so looking at the fall, Russia's into Sweden, but does not get into Romania. France, meanwhile, I don't want to bury the lead here, takes Iberia, but also goes into Munich. That sneaky Brandon Fogel going into Munich, but can he hold it? He might be able to, because one of those German armies is deliciously in Galicia, but 2 spots away now from Munich. Whereas Italy doesn't really do the AI thing as seen, goes to Vienna. That may have been arranged. It's hard to know at this point, while Nicola seems to put a little bit of an attack on Ben and Russia. And then, David, I don't want to steal your thunder, but the English are in Belgium.
The English are indeed in Belgium. And, just to say one more thing, two more quick things. We talk about Munich being vulnerable sometimes, but hardly anybody ever goes for it. Brandon does. And the other thing I want to say is the move to Vienna is way better, in my opinion, from an AI alliance point of view than staying in Trieste where the army can't do anything. To push that Italian army further to the front instead of it being behind the lines.
I would prefer it if I was Austria that it do that. A lot of Italians are reluctant.
Agreed.
And notice Brandon does not build 3.
That's probably to be expected in this situation. The fact that he's building 2 armies makes sense because he just declared war on Germany.
But there is a delicious fleet in London. But you can say what happens to it.
Not that delicious. In fact, a fleet London that goes to Yorkshire is about as undelicious a fleet as you could have, right? I mean,
right.
There's not much going on in Yorkshire. Look at the move to, the woes for Germany continue with already losing Holland and losing the army. Just a really well-designed EF move. Now, at this point, with Germany already basically smushed, what do the 2 Brandon Fogel armies actually mean anymore? We're going to find out. Because now, who are they really against? I don't know.
The other thing I think to point out is Austria and Italy at war.
Yes. No, so much for there being an AI of any kind.
Yeah.
Fall of 2002. Look at that German army finally coming back. It really accomplished a lot. Sometimes those kind of moves can work, as you know, because I've seen you do them. German moves to the east, but you've really got to have the right diplomatic situation. And Brandon was not the right diplomatic situation to have Brandon behind you in France.
Yeah, no, 100% correct. You can only move east if you're good with either France or England, and clearly this Germany, who is now Eric, was not. Well, let's say England gets into Kiel and Holland, and I'm sure that was arranged from Picardy to Belgium for Brandon and getting into Munich. So that's a fantastic move for the EF. I think we're seeing a really good EF. Meanwhile, AI still at war, and Turkey is taking advantage, as the Turks tend to do in such a situation, and that would be a great situation for the RT. But can the RT catch up to the EF? Is the big question at the end of 02. And
I think it's an IT. I think the Kraken has been released.
Yeah, well, you see the Army build in Khan.
And that was a convoyed army with Italian support to Greece.
Yeah.
Which is a very much of an IT move to put a Turkish army in Greece. Not that he's also not working with the Russians, as you can see from Spring. Fascinating.
Yeah, it's hard to know what's going on right now, except to say Turkey's in Serbia, Russia's in Budapest, and I forgot this was your season. So you go, Dave.
It doesn't matter. Let's just jump around as much as we want. The thing that really jumps out at me is Brandon Fogel controlling this game. He has 100%. No enemies. He's no enemies, and he's just taking centers that England's given him. It's an amazing situation for Fogel to be in. Surprisingly, he's a pretty good diplomat.
Very good diplomat, but the thing that's impressive here is look at the options he has. He has every option on the table. He can stab England. He can go to Italy. He can continue to push through the center of the board. So got a lot of growth opportunities. Goes for the Italian option and the anti-Russian option.
Yep. Well, staying with Gary. I mean, Gareth Sturley's working with him and he's giving him centers. Why not stick with him? I mean, Gary's also not threatening him. But I think it's more important to look and see what the Italians are up to, because they were able to take Vienna and Trieste this time. Now, the real reckoning for Liam is going to be, now that Austria is gone, does RT stick together and steamroll you or not? This is always the question with Italy. I'm not sure he had much. We don't know what the diplomatic situation was, but there was open warfare from the beginning between A and I. And I's just got to hope that he's got this, possibility of unhinging the RT alliance. The fact that there are the French coming, the French are coming, so it might not really matter. And the French are really coming.
Yeah,
building another southern fleet. Yeah. French are also coming to Sweden. You don't see that very often. I mean,
nice
Sturley. Sturley is really Brandon's friend here, isn't he? Now, from a strictly alliance play point of view, if you're going to have your units mixed and matched, you want your alliance partners' units in front of you. So moving that army to Sweden, if you're going to try to stick together, is not a bad play. At least it's no longer behind you if you're Gary. Oh.
Yeah, the thing I keep looking at is the East. I mean, with Turkey taking 2, Turkey does the things that Turkey do, which is why I typically try and rally people against Turkey.
Well, taking the fleet in Romania in the spring might just be to kill the Russian fleet. We'll find out here in the fall whether he moves out of Romania or not. He sort of tries to, and because the rest of them, I think the Sev thing's probably arranged. Diplomatically, the question with Brandon is, can he somehow either make a deal with the Turks or make a deal with the Italians for the Italians to be a janissary in the South? Be an interesting question. I mean, I wouldn't want Liam Stokes as a janissary because I have no idea what he's going to do next turn, but maybe.
This is what bothers me sometimes about Turkeys who do this, because look, I mean, Liam's now coming after Nicola, doesn't care about Brandon. It's not going to end well.
Well, I think, honestly, the IT might have made a lot of sense in this situation from the Turkish point of view, because it really needed to prop the Italians up to defend against Brandon. I mean, Brandon's just has been running away from this game from the beginning of the game and is continuing to do so now.
Yeah, and Gary's really not defending. I mean, notice the move back to Belgium while Gary is convoying Kiel to Livonia.
Yeah, I mean, the move to Belgium is actually a pro-English move because you're getting it away from English centers. And it's not like it's threatening anybody there. So Brandon's probably perfectly happy to stick with Gary. at this point. I mean, Gary's doing nothing but being helpful. I mean, I don't think there's not much to be gained from Brandon to hit him, because after all, Gary could put Brandon in Warsaw, because there's nothing better if you've already got Sweden and you've already got Tunis. You really ought to have Warsaw. It's like a bag of three that you need all three of them if you're friends.
Yeah, but look at this set of moves. I mean, Warsaw's gone, St. Petersburg's gone, France is in Ionian and Albania. It's a great set of moves.
And this game has been over essentially since about 03, honestly. Brandon's have been running away with the game since almost from the beginning. So I guess there's nothing surprising here. That army in Sweden now gets convoyed to Livonia. This is what this really is amazing alliance play that we're watching here, where you've got an alliance that's just going to go and destroy. I think we've lost Ed for a minute. So unfortunately, folks, you're stuck with me. So you've got EF just destroying the stalemate line. You've got the French in Venice. Because how did the French even get there? Is that a convoy? Let's see. They convoyed to frickin' Venice from Marseille. Am I seeing that right? I think I'm seeing that right. Through Lyon, through Tyrrhenian, through Ionian, and through Adriatic. I'm pretty sure I'm seeing this correctly. There's a French convoy to Venice. I'm not sure I've ever seen such a thing. And I've seen a hell of a lot of games. That is amazing. Otherwise, the march against the East just continues.
All right. Well, our technical difficulties are continuing. Our dipcast just crashed. So I'm going to bring Ed back in and y'all talk about what you've seen. I'll be right back.
I don't think Dipcast could handle the convoy to Venice. I think the software crashed. Brandon caused his own software to crash.
Yeah, Brandon programmed it so that it couldn't get any worse for him.
I mean, and he also convoyed his army from Sweden to Livonia at the same time, I think. So Brandon is basically crashing all of our software. He's crashing the software in my head, in addition to crashing the software on Dipcast. There are games, Brian, that you look at and you look at it from the beginning and say, this game was a foregone conclusion. This is one of those games. I mean, if you had it in your dreams, I'm going to dream up a diplomacy game where everything goes my way from the beginning as France, as a power that everybody should be afraid of. I'm going to have everything go my way. Now, that just didn't happen. Brandon is a master diplomat, and that is why that has happened the way it has happened.
Yeah, I mean, it's some good restraint. I mean, he's obviously got everything going for him because he's been pulling the puppet strings to make it happen. But he could have turned on Gary a while back, but he just kept. Gary's still useful. I'm going to keep working with Gary until it doesn't make sense anymore. So. One other item, just real quick. Brandon sent me a text earlier. He had a quote that I'm going to try and pull up here. So I'll pull that up, David. We lost Ed again. All right. Well, let's get on with this, and then while we're going,
let's at least see what convoy goofiness we're going to have for the fall. And the answer is: are there any convoys? There's no convoys left that one could do after that spring turn. So the fall turn, what do we have? We have the French taking Moscow, to add to the French having Warsaw, to add to the French having Sweden, to add to the French having Munich. It's just, and Venice, it's just completely and utterly insane what is happening here. And the Italians can take Rome back. That's part of their price for being a janissary for Brandon.
Well, the quote I was looking for came from Ben Kelman. He said, Brandon's a good player. If you don't put your foot down, at some point, you're going to lose your foot. So I've lost many feet playing against Brandon. He always gets the upper hand. And he can, I think one of the main things that you're seeing here is as long as he is getting a benefit, he will be a great ally. So just keep an eye. Let's see if that continues.
I mean, really, unless there's a solo chance, it almost doesn't matter.
Yeah.
There's no reason for him to attack England. Now, at some point, he may get to the point where he has no other growth option. We'll find out.
Do you feel like there's any chance of a solo in this game?
There's some chance, yes.
Yeah.
I mean, he's at 13 for goodness sake,
Yeah.
and he's got at least one build in the bag. I think he just waived one. So if he does make a stab, he's going to be able to make a bunch of big builds and go after it. And you know how you solo, you get past the stalemate line, and he's way past the stalemate line.
In all the places.
Yep. And now he's in Ukraine. Because he needed a better position than he had, so now he's in Ukraine also. I mean, just look at how cleared out the EF border is in Germany. You know, the French are now no longer touching any English centers, and neither is England because the Fleet Berlin can't do anything to a French center. It's an absolutely amazing set of alliance moves from the EF.
David, I've played this game a long time. You played this game a long time. I can honestly say I have never seen a game with this position where there's that large of a gap in the Western European continent, and you've got the West this far past the line. It's impressive.
And it's particularly impressive given how uneven the EF alliance is in terms of centers. Now, what's happening here? Gary may have said, you know what? Hood just said 3 hours from now that the center count was way uneven, and that doesn't seem right. So he moves a bunch of fleets back. He moves units back. I mean, who knows if that's for real a stab, but what else does Gary have to do? I think the question was going to be, does he sit around and wait for the end of the game, or does he go try to do something? Looks like, at least right now, he's going to try to do something. So we'll see.
Try and balance this out a little bit. Yeah, Michaelis just put in the comments exactly what I was about to say. Fall stab without taking Sweden. I feel like this is more of a, hey, let's build some fences more than a stab, but let's see.
I mean, it wasn't really a stab. He didn't take anything.
Oh,
yeah. Okay.
That's what's going on.
All right. That's fine. I mean, as I said, this game's been over since about fall of 2002, honestly. It's just been a strong and steady march since then. Actually, what it reminds me of, as somebody who's my age, is Earl Campbell running over the competition as the running back for the Houston Oilers is what it reminds me of. And in fact, it's about Houston Oilers color. The French color is just about the same as Houston Oilers colors. So this game was aptly named by its GM.
Awesome. All right. Well, with that, I'm going to bail out here again, and we're going to bring Adam on. Actually, I think I'm going to stay on. David, we're going to give you a break, and Adam and I will cover the next one. All right. Adam, welcome.
Hey, Brian. I hope we see some level of mind control in the next game that compares to what we just saw.
That's some Jedi mind tricks. I have been on the receiving end of that many times. Brandon just has a way of convincing you that working with him is in your best interest. He's one of the best at that, and I have so much respect. So.
Hats off to that performance.
All right, well, let's take a look at the game we're going to cover. And we're looking at Ricky Williams. I had the fortune of seeing Ricky play. I never got to see Earl play. Fantastic player. But speaking of fantastic players, we've got a great list of players on this board. Jason Mastbaum, our number 2 DBNI ranked player. We've got Johnny Gillum, number 8. Natty Schaefer, Craig Mayer, Sabi Ahuja, Roni, and a little person named Doug Moore you might have heard of, won a couple of world champions. This board is loaded. I can't wait to watch. And Adam, anything you're going to look for storyline-wise?
This is fun because you've got a lot of different personalities on this board, as well as a mix of people who are predominantly face-to-face players with predominantly virtual players to even a speedboat player or two on this. So it should create some interesting conflict. I'm going to be watching the AT, Jason Mastbaum and Doug Moore. The two of them have a long history both probably positive and negative. So it'll be interesting to see how that shakes out.
Yeah, and sometimes boards like this get messy. So we'll see whether you end up with a couple solid players, build an alliance, or if we end up with chaos. All right, Adam, I'm going to have you take the lead, and I'll provide color.
All right, spring 1901. So we're seeing in the West, Marseille actually holding, which is something you don't see too much, actually, especially with that move to the English Channel and Picardy. So somewhat aggressive against the English, but could be just a support into Belgium, but nonetheless probably not the most EF-like thing you would see. Germany doing a standard opening. Russia as well with the bounce in Galicia and the Black Sea, with Turkey doing kind of the normal stuff, going into Bulgaria and following up into Khan, and Italy moving up into Tyrolia, which is always a fun place for Italy to be in going into fall 1901. Lots of options from there.
Yeah, I've played with Craig a few times. He tends to play for tempo pretty aggressively. I'm very curious to see. I suspect the breastplate is just a play for Belgium, but we'll see.
We see the traditional sea lion opening with the French and the English Channel supporting the Germans from Denmark into the North Sea while bouncing the English out of out of Belgium, and so this looks like what's going to amount to, at least initially, an FG alliance, and Natty fighting to hold on out. Meanwhile, we've got the Italians convoying into Tunis and moving Tyrolia up to Bohemia rather than going for a center. The Russians, meanwhile, get a lot of support into Romania and follow up into Galicia as the Austrians decide to cover Trieste against the Italians here. So, this is interesting. I mean, I think the things are starting to shake out a little bit in the western part of the board. The East is a little bit ambiguous still, based on the moves at least. Bohemia is really interesting. You don't see that a lot. The Italian kind of just walking their way up. It sort of always feels like a clever thing to do, but that army often gets stranded out of place and actually can end up limiting Italy's options, especially when you convoy to Tunis and have no armies back in the mainland of the boot.
Yeah, and one other thing I'll point out, during the Boston Massacre, we saw a sea lion that was defended classically with bouncing Holland. So you pick a person to kind of punish. In that case, we did not see that here. So we do get both builds from Germany. So that's,
well, it's one thing if you know it's coming. Sometimes you don't know it's coming. I mean, and you're just making what you think is the best set of moves there, and it's hard not knowing the diplomatic situation and to necessarily directly fault Natty there. I think he makes the choice to disband the fleet, which he can just rebuild it in Edinburgh anyway. Puts another army down, and this sends the message: hey, I'm going to make it difficult for you, FG, and he's going to have to make his choice how to defend here. The Russian fleet, St. Petersburg, is certainly not helpful to him. On the other hand, he could basically say to Russia, hey, take Norway and let's move on to the next thing. And I think that's probably his best tactic here. Elsewhere, we get the fleet Smyrna, kind of normal there. 2 armies from Austria, fleet Naples, and another fleet for France. All right. So it looks like we've got a convoy from Holland into Yorkshire. I can't tell what the English Channel is supporting the North Sea, I guess, to make sure that convoy goes. That's something you can try here, but I'm actually not that excited about that move. I mean, it was pretty easy for England to counter that, and you're really not gaining any momentum by doing that. You're really actually counting on Russia to be kicking the unit out of Norway for anything to happen. So I don't really like that move from the FG. I think that there were better options there, but nonetheless, there it is. And right here we see the issue with Italy walking that army up and convoying out. Austria says, hey, I'm going to walk into Venice because why shouldn't I? There's nothing protecting it there. And so, we've got Austria seeming to be working with the Turks. So that's Jason and Doug working together, two players who are pretty familiar with each other, supporting the Turks up into Romania and doing that whole thing. It also looks like Vienna was supporting Bohemia into Galicia, maybe, trying to further push that Italian unit out of position.
So we're predicting an AT and an EG.
This looks really, very strongly of an AT. They're coordinating multiple moves, supporting each other here. You've got Austria jumping right into Venice. So I would be surprised seeing anything else. Now, I think Natty's got an opportunity here, right? Because he's got to do something to turn the tide, and maybe maybe he's got something diplomatically, and he can start making a pitch to one of these guys who's attacking him that something else is worth their while, especially with a strong alliance on the other side of the board. That AT may resolve itself a lot faster if Natty puts in good defense, and that could be problematic for the FG.
Yep. Well, and this is also a return to form for Jason Nussbaum. I've played quite a few games with him. I've definitely seen the aggressive risk-taking. The difference now, though, I think, he's worked real hard on building a reputation of being that alliance player, but I feel like he's making really smart risks. So he's learned a lot.
It's hard to argue with it here. If he's got Doug on his side, there's very little risk in him doing this. Italy's so far out of position to do anything about it. So we just see a continuation of that. We've got the Turks getting supported up into Galicia. Jason's just bouncing the Italians out of Rome. But let's see what happens up in England. They this time make the convoy out directly into London, which I think they probably could have done back in the spring. But anyway, the Germans land in London unopposed, and it looks like the Russians are supporting the Germans, which is kind of interesting there. Okay, so this is going to be really rough for Natty at this point. Once you've kind of lost one of the home centers and have an enemy unit there, this is the point where it really becomes hard to defend. I guess it would have been nice to see him make some diplomatic inroads. Sometimes it's just not there, and that is the way it is.
What do you build if you are France? If you're Craig?
This is a situation. You've got to put an army down for sure. And, while that army's stranded out in Portugal, it's going to take 2 turns to get back. And so you don't want to leave yourself too open here. I might consider building like an army Paris and waving one. I suspect we're going to see an army in a fleet, maybe in Marseille, or maybe actually probably Brest is probably in Brest. But, putting that 3rd fleet up north right away is potentially signaling that to Germany, like, hey, we're going to take out England, and I'm sort of hedging my bets here. So it would not necessarily be what you would want to see as Germany. Yeah. Okay, but at least it's going to the Mid-Atlantic. We're not doing kind of a big fleet shift like that. Meanwhile, it looks like somehow Jason has convinced the Italians to kind of, well, no, I guess they're just defending Rome there. I'm sorry. It looks like he's going to Piedmont, bouncing Craig out of there. We've got France now convoying into England, and a whole lot of red over in the east. It looks like that they're trying to make some play into Tyrolean and into Russia, and that's just not going. This is a situation where, assuming Jason and Doug don't get impatient, if they keep working together, they're gonna break through there. It's just going to be a matter of a few turns to do it. I think the interesting part is watching them sail westward, and they're making a fast play for it. And, Craig might be thinking to himself, maybe I shouldn't have been silly about leaving that unit in Portugal, and I should have moved it up to Spain. He's probably thinking I'm going to convoy it into North Africa, but North Africa is a terrible place for an army, and that's not what you want to be doing. You want to be getting that fleet down into the Western Med.
the one thing I am seeing a lot of movement on, there's a lot of red in the east, except in the med, and we've got obvious coordination, an intermingling of units, kind of two powers playing together as if they were one, making the kind of moves you'd make if you were one. We kind of saw that from France and England in the last game. Real curious to see how they end up splitting these units up.
Well, you've sort of gotten this turn into a GF and probably Russia. I'm expecting that Germany's going to put Russia into, or try to put Russia into Edinburgh this turn, and France will take Liverpool to try to finish them off. Of course, England can defend that if they're expecting it by cutting the North Sea and moving Liverpool to Eddie. So we'll see if that's what actually happens. But I would expect that here because the West probably wants to keep Germany. Wants to keep Russia as larger so that they can defend. On the other hand, Russia having a disband, as long as they're not also getting attacked in the north, they'll probably start pulling those northern fleets. That's great news for Germany in the long run, assuming France has got to rush around into the Med, which is probably what we're going to start to see right now.
It's almost like a Western triple position in a weird way.
Yeah, and that's actually what happens, and I'm glad to see Craig didn't do that convoy, and he actually did go directly to the Western Med. Again, I think that being cute with that Portugal to Syria last turn is actually, potentially going to hurt him because it's less flexibility than getting that army into Gascony sooner where it can do more things. Nonetheless, he does get into the Western Med, of course. You've got the AT fleets just ignoring the Italians and just sailing around Italy to get up into the Gulf of Lyon, which is a great play by the two of them. I really love to see that, especially with Turkey. You want to get out of the box, but it's not just about getting a few extra dots. It's really getting your fleets pushed as quickly as you can. And we're talking about 1903, Turkey landing in the Gulf of Lyon, right? He doesn't have the backup there to be super effective quickly, but they'll get the units there if they keep coordinating. Meanwhile, they don't really appear to be going for any dots this turn. It's curiously decides to go Galicia back to Romania. I think that's probably to try to save the unit in case the Russians try to destroy Galicia. Up in the north, it played exactly what I just said last turn with Natty cutting the North Sea and saving Edinburgh that way.
Yeah, that move to Galicia is probably the biggest one that stood out to me. I'm real curious to see what the result of this will become.
Yeah, I mean, what's worth noting, I see in the comments somebody asking Turkey was Turkey leaving Galicia by choice. They obviously were leaving it by choice, though Budapest did move there with a force of 1, so there was some coordination to cover it. It's just that Germany had the support from Russia to get in. All right, let's see what's happening here. So this will be a goodbye to Natty. It looks like the Russians do make it into Edinburgh, and they should hold it unless there's some kind of shenanigans in the fall. Meanwhile, Austria and Turkey continue to coordinate. Jason continues to move further and further away from his centers. Whether that's something that may tempt Doug to switching sides and starting to work with the Russians, we have to wait and see. Elsewhere in the West, I think this is starting to get to a more locked-ish position. Not quite locked because, of course, the AT can take Tunis, and then once they're in Tunis, they have that extra fleet on the Western Med and can start doing some stuff.
Is there anyone that can safely break this alliance structure, in your opinion?
Well, it's tough, right? I mean, if it actually were to lock up, I mean, you'd have to think that Doug would be tempted to do something just to, not end the game on 5 centers. I mean, I could really see Germany just deciding that, we don't really need Russia in the north anymore, and let's do that. And if they disband in the south, I'm willing to make that race and hope that I can go faster. The problem is now that you've got so many units around enemy units around Munich, it's going to make doing that a lot harder. All right. So going into fall 1904, this is cute. So Russia sneaks into Armenia with the fleet, which I guess for whatever good that does. um, they do take Edinburgh. They will have a build coming. Um, I mean, it might have been cute to try to leave Sev open, and maybe that's what they were hoping for, to see a supported attack against Sev so they could leave it open and build a second fleet. I don't know. But anyway, we do see that they take Naples this turn. I think it's actually kind of interesting that they decided to take Naples rather than Tunis. I guess, well, I don't know why you necessarily do that, since Tunis gives more leverage on pushing west. And that's an interesting choice. I guess if they didn't feel like the Italian was on side at this point, maybe getting him out of the game maybe getting them out of the game is the more sensible play in this position. What else do we have up in the north? A lot of nothing, and Germany they also destroy that unit in Bohemia. So I think this is a good play for Doug. Doug takes Greece. Jason does okay. They make it up for it with Naples, but you're going to get that extra build for the Turks, which is really something you're looking to do to be able to bust out of the corner there.
So we'll play Who Do You Like? Lots of powers, very evenly. It's pretty balanced board, I guess. Is there anybody that stands out to you that you'd want to pick up this position and go win?
It's tough right now. I mean, it's hard to bet against Turkey from this kind of position, I would say. That being said, you could see France or Germany really busting out in this game. I would say of the four main powers, I probably like Austria the least, just because they're right in the middle and they really haven't gotten a corner. They're kind of overextended to some extent. And I think that may not play well for them in the long run.
I'm also seeing a lot of chatter about potential German stab of France in chat right now. How do you feel about that? Would you do it?
Would I do it? I mean, it's certainly possible. I think the dynamic that makes that really difficult is having the Austrian units on the border. I think if you can work something out with Austria, it might be tempting. I'm not sure how effective you're going to be. I guess you can go into Belgium and the English Channel, and if you know that France is going to get that last fleet down south quickly, so that you might be able to convoy into Brest or something like that. Yeah, it might be tempting if you can make it get a second dot out of it in a year. I don't know that I'd have full confidence that they're going to do that. They're probably going to take Tunis now. It might be premature.
We say farewell to Natty. Thank you for playing.
Yeah, I mean, and herein lies the issue, right? You've still got Austria kind of maneuvering things up there. Clearly Craig is more in the driver's seat than you are in Germany, but you may have to deal with that for a short period of time. I think what's really interesting here is Russia taking Romania. That's kind of interesting. Of course, they blow up the fleet. I mean, this could play all kinds of ways here, right? And this could be the time that Doug decides that the RT is better than the AT.
Yeah, I mean, almost I could see an argument for that to be arranged, just blowing that fleet up. Hey, let's go do the Juggernaut.
I could definitely envision it. That actually would not seem like a terrible thing. And I think if Russia's agreed, say, hey, give me Romania, blow up my fleet. I'll put another fleet in the north. I'll build another army in the middle for my build. You're taking Serbia off of him. Maybe he gets a support up to Budapest or something this turn. I mean, it could be a nice play.
Yeah, put Armenia into Romania, Romania into Budapest, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Or
But no. I mean, I can't say I'm surprised by this. I think Doug and Jason are probably very comfortable working together at this stage, and so this doesn't surprise me. I think it's maybe a little disappointing, but here is the stab that I think some of the viewers were hoping for. It's a one-dot stab. I mean, I think positionally it's perfectly reasonable, especially since France just made it into Piedmont. To me, that's the most exciting part about this from Germany, because there's no armies left in the homeland, so Germany really can walk through some things. The challenge now for Germany is really going to be, with only a single build here, really being able to protect their homeland from the Austrians and potentially, I mean, it looks like their relationship with Russia is good, so maybe they don't have to protect from the Russians, but certainly being able to protect their homeland and continue to get momentum against Craig.
Yeah, and looks like Russia may have other things to occupy them as well. Yeah. We say farewell to Sabi, and I believe we may see them on a later round, if I read that right.
Look how balanced this is. 7-7-7-7-6, right? And that's okay for this stage of the game, but I think that I think anyone in this game is looking at this and saying, with a few breaks, I could be the leader. And it's just an issue of everybody kind of working the board and seeing who can actually make something happen to their own favor. Craig definitely may have some issues, particularly if the Russians stay on side with the Germans. So that's really what I'm watching right now.
Well, Ed, you just joined. I'm going to give you a moment to kind of catch up. This game right now feels a lot like some of my favorite to play in. I never do well in scores with this kind of game, but they're my favorite to play. Everything's balanced on a knife edge. It could go either way. You've got to make deals with everyone. It's a blast. Is there anybody just coming in kind of blind? Is there a position you'd want to pick up and play right now?
I take Turkey.
Yeah.
I just looked at the board. I mean, it's going to be hard to get him now.
Yep. All right. Spring of 06. Ed, I'm going to go ahead and have you take over with the color commentary. And I'm going to just be here just in case we lose the connection again.
This is brutal. I'm sorry to my legion of fans.
well, you got some people that may be cheering a little bit too. So all right.
Number one right here, Ed.
Thank you, Adam.
All right. So let's take a look at what happened here. Yeah, and this is exactly the concern. You've got Warsaw going into Silesia. He's being supported by the Germans. Okay, so this is continued coordination by the RT. I'm not sure that pushing the Russian that way, this is really necessarily what you want to do as Russia, considering how badly you're getting attacked from the south. But nonetheless, here we are. And so, they lose Sev, which did not necessarily need to happen, since Moscow supports Sev, Ukraine supports Sev. Could have saved it here if Galicia didn't cut it, which it didn't. But there you are. France pulls back. They convoy to Gascony, which is pretty cool. They try to convoy Tuscany to Gascony while moving to Marseille. Okay, that's interesting. But this is just a world of pain, right? I mean, they didn't cover Brest. Paris is still walkable next turn. This is a rough position for Craig to recover from. He's just so out of position and so overextended here.
I'm just coming into this game. Why are Germany and France fighting with this RT that looks to be happening?
RT.
Well, I see that Sev got taken, but I mean, are you saying that? Okay, that's fine.
No, Germans the Germans and the Russians are working together here. They've been really well coordinating for quite a long time. And if you look at what actually happened, the Germans invited the Russians to go to Silesia and kick the Austrians out. They supported them here from Berlin, which to me is, was really silly on Russia's part. But there you go.
Well, my commentary is so bad, it's time for another beer.
I've just got to give a slow clap for the convoy to from Tuscany.
It's a great.
fun.
It's a great play. It's an absolutely great play. The issue though, remains that hey, you're still losing 2 of your home centers this year. So I'm not sure it's necessarily saved you one. And it looks cool. Was it a better play than covering Brest or by other than I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah,
it looks cool though.
It looks cool. And then also just for Johnny, like I don't know if he saw that coming and that was a defensive play or if he was just Gascony's a great place to be. But
well, I mean, there's no downside to going there, right? Because Paris is going to be free in the fall regardless, right? Because he's got no armies that can even get in position to defend Paris, even if he moves something around. So it's the logical move for the spring for Germany. All right.
Okay, well, as I'm looking here, it looks like he does get into Gascony to time with the convoy because he lost Paris. Germany now picking up Brest and Paris. Not good for Craig. And although he got into Edinburgh, but he loses Liverpool. All right, not very good for Craig, I guess. Meanwhile, Doug advances his position now in Ukraine, while making a foothold in Apulia and getting Austria to go to Bohemia. So I'm still liking Doug's position.
And Germany's playing short, it looks like, because they could only build one here, which is rough. But they're leading the board and staying slightly ahead of Doug. The AT continues to roll. Doug's looking to take it to Tunis this turn. They're kind of continuing to push the fleets right now. But here's the thing: Germany's potentially hit a wall right now, right? Because
everyone's on the line.
Everybody's on the line. They're going to have to hold where they're at with the units, and actually, they got to find a way to move out of a center so that they can get that last building, because they're going to need the armies, or probably even getting a fleet into Baltic or something like that might be helpful in the long run.
I think RG, as a lot of RGs, are crippled by the inability of or the lack of fleets right now.
Yep.
So if they're able to, there could be a build open. We'll see.
Yeah, but you can't imagine Germany's going to put a fleet in Berlin, right? So that you're going to see probably an army and it's just going to stuff the middle. They do get Mid-Atlantic here, but I don't know that it's really going to help them too much in the long run, because look at how many red and yellow fleets are now sailing across the middle. And look what Doug does. He walks out of Tunis to keep that unit on side with France for one more turn, because why not? Why not make it harder for the Germans to get those dots in the middle, and make sure that if those dots are going to be taken, it's going to be by the AT, not by the Germans.
It's just beautiful play by Doug. Those Austrian dots are his whenever they want, or whenever he wants. It's just, he's in fantastic shape.
Well, I think what we can say and safely conclude from this is that the Game Day Live crew knows what they're doing in playing this game.
Oh, so we did see a fleet in Berlin. That's cool. That is cool. That's great. I think it's the right choice. I'm just surprised that that he did it. It just as a sort of it's locked up in there. It looks a little bit weird when you're working with the Russians, but it's absolutely the right thing to be doing. I think this is really interesting that Russia is now in full. I don't know what. I guess he's moving up into Scandinavia so that he can just support
St. Petersburg.
St. Petersburg, I guess, is what's happening here. But look at this. The Germans are kicked out of Warsaw. You just got armies stuff in the middle here. This is going to lock down in the middle, and you're going to ultimately have the AT probably taking out Marseille, Spain type of area. Yeah. Oh, they're in the Mao. They made it into the Mao. Why did Germany?
Johnny covered Brest for Gascony.
Why did they do it that way? Why?
English Channel could have gone.
or at least you could self bounce, or you could just go from the English Channel, right? I mean, that's
no. This is massive problems in the Mediterranean.
oof. And now Paris can go, and now Paris can be retaken by France.
Yeah.
Oof, Johnny. Easy come, easy go.
That's kind of his personality too.
Oof.
Is there? I'm just curious. If you're Jason, why wouldn't you take Warsaw? Why is Turkey getting Warsaw?
I don't know. I mean, like when you're in this situation, sometimes it's like I'll feed you into someone else's center as long as you don't take mine. I'll be your junior partner, and I think that's what Jason's kind of left with right now.
Yeah, I mean, Jason's probably okay with finishing, a dot or two below Doug. They probably got to, Doug's looking at this, and he's obviously not going to solo on this board. So I think they're probably figuring they'll end up within a dot or two of each other in 1-2. Having the Austrian in Silesia rather than pushing it backwards from Silesia to Warsaw, just from an aggression perspective, probably makes some sense.
So this could be an example where we'll see our Twitter question of the day. Will Doug Moore maximize his score, or is he going to not punish the ally he's been working with all this game?
Well, I think the one thing you have to question is, like, does he have to punish Jason to maximize his score, right? I mean, if by maximize his score you mean jump into a bunch of his allies' dots because he knows it's the last turn of the game, I don't think he's going to do that, and I think most people won't do it that way. But if by maximize your score you mean just keep himself a little bit ahead throughout the whole game, I think that's exactly what Doug's doing here.
Yeah. And the other point on Doug is this, right? He may try and get a higher score than, say, I would, because he's going to play a lot fewer games in the VDL. So, so it's a different consideration. But, well, Adam is very prescient because France takes Paris, Mid-Atlantic into Brest. Oh, how many times do you see Turkey in Brest? And they still keep the Mid-Atlantic. Just a fantastic set of moves there with French-Turkish coordination, and you're seeing the Austrian-Turkish coordination in the eastern side of the board.
I've got to say I don't get the German moves here. I can understand you want to use Brest to cut Gascony because you think that's gonna that they're gonna support Burgundy in. But how do you not either cover Brest? How do you not cover Brest with something? Why are you bouncing with the Russians in Mid-Atlantic? That's just a lack of coordination there.
Yeah, I mean this is not great.
So, can you put that back for a second?
+3.
I just want to point out, France has 7 supply centers here and is +3.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to just leave it at that. Craig.
I think we'll have 4 of them pretty soon.
I would just say, if I'm Craig, I am saying let's draw it right here. We don't need to play another turn. Let's draw it right here because this doesn't go up for Craig. I don't think from this position.
All right. Go ahead, Adam.
Wow, they're coordinating right this time. It looks like so they do they destroy the Turks in Brest. They retake. It looks like it's now a coalition of France, Germany, and Russia. So somehow, I guess Germany saw the writing on the wall and decided to throw their lot back in with Craig. The problem is Craig has now thrown his lot back in with Germany, which will probably make the AT less friendly towards them. Conversely, now the position for AT is not quite as strong, and I'm not quite sure of the tactics right now around Iberia, but Craig might be able to hold out this turn and even leave himself in a position to build. Remarkable. Absolutely remarkable.
To me, it looks like it's going to lock up pretty soon with Craig turning and Johnny turning. Ooh, Doug may be looking at some Austrian dots.
Oh, yeah.
He
Well,
certainly
maybe not. Maybe not. I mean, that's going behind Galicia could just be following up into Silesia next turn, and when Austria keeps making those attacks on Munich, I wouldn't assume that he's going to dot things here. I mean, he took Moscow, Austria took Rome. I mean, I don't think there's any shenanigans here. I think this is going to be locked in just a moment. And notice Craig is now at about, what is he at? He's got every English center. He's at 6, 7, 8. He's at 8. I guess Turkey took Tunis, so he's at, I mean, this is crazy.
he built two, at least. And he built a good two.
He built the right two. That's right. Do we draw here? You think?
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask.
I think you probably do.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, I mean, look, I think, it's you can't really fault the Great Alliance play by Doug and Jason, but I actually think you got to give the biggest tip of the hat to Craig for this game. I mean, how dead was that French position, and to finish on 8 centers out of that, I mean, this was just great coordination, working with the right ally, the right sides of the board at the right time. Going from being the guy working with the AT and then switching back to working with Germany when the time was right. Just phenomenal play by Craig.
All right.
I couldn't agree more. Just 2 little bits of inside information. One is when this game drew, as the GM, I went in there and there was so much arguments and fighting. It was petty squabbling at its truest art form in diplomacy. It was wonderful, mostly led by Doug. I think he was very upset with Craig. Near the end, he ruined his great plan. And 2, we would be doing a disservice to Texas's last Heisman Trophy winner, Ricky Williams, not to mention that's who the game was named after, who had the most yards ever in college rushing at the end of his career.
All right. Well, next we're going to Ed. I'm going to give you a break, and we're going to bring David again. And but before I do that, I'm going to let you introduce the player for the board for this game. So I know that I saw a lot of this player, many of his games in person and on TV, but you saw one that I did not. So I'm going to bring that up. If I can get the transition going here. And I got the transition, but got the wrong screen. Here we go. Ed, introduce board Vince Young.
Okay, Vince Young should have won the Heisman, was robbed by that cheater Reggie Bush. So greatest college athlete I've ever seen, and I had a chance to see him win the national championship. And you got a lot of great players on this game. So I don't know if you're going to cover that or you want me to hit them.
We'll let you say farewell. So
farewell, goodbye.
We'll see you soon. All right, and I'm going to go ahead and drop, and Adam and David, I'll leave you to it.
Cool. What a great board this one should turn out to be. Karthik and Morgante, 2 of the top players on DBNI. Chris Ward, who's been making a good showing. Hal, who's constantly playing solid. Peter as well. Aiden is a new name for me, though I clearly see he's played a few games, and Robert as well. So yeah, I'm excited to see how this turns out. Doug, David, I think you're muted.
I was going to say Morgante gets to play Turkey after giving people advice on how to play Turkey, so this should be fun.
You want to start, David?
Does the Sundstrom opening, does Morgante, by going to Armenia with the Army. The Italian opening is one I like to use some myself. The Piedmont and Venice really gives you options there, and doesn't leave the French alone, which sometimes you shouldn't leave the French alone. Otherwise, nothing particularly interesting in the 001 builds unless you see something.
No, I mean, I think the Piedmont move is the most interesting one. I mean, that's the sort of thing that could make or break in Italy very early in the game. If you're going to get locked up with France to no end, it's not great. If it gives you some momentum to jump off and do something, it can be outstanding.
One thing you can do is this, which is what I often do when I'm in the Italians, is feint and then go whoop and go attack the Austrians anyway, which he does try to do, but apparently Karthik sniffed it out.
Yeah, really strange to see Spain to Marseille and Mao to Spain South Coast, isn't it? Wouldn't you expect them to go into Portugal in case they get bounced out of Spain?
Yes. I'm not sure what the benefit would have been of doing it that way.
Yeah. I think the only other notable thing I'll point out is that the English keep the army at home. They don't even make a play for anything. They support themselves to Norway. Obviously, it's extraneous support there. And the Russians walk right into Sweden.
Yeah, the English would do that if they were trying to stay friendly with the Russians as well.
I guess we should also point out that the Turks stood the Russians out of Romania, which is important to note. Could be that we're going to see another AT in this game, perhaps.
Wouldn't surprise me.
Okay, builds. We see build Fleet Khan, which is a little bit less usual than the Fleet Smyrna. It's a little bit more limiting, but on the other hand, there could be good reason for that. It gives you the option of supporting Bulgaria or moving out into the Aegean. Russia puts the army in Moscow, rightly so, with the single build. We see a fleet in London and fleet in Brest. And a fleet army build for Germany. I think the probably story of the builds, though, is that army Rome for Italy. Certainly smells unusual to me.
Yeah, I mean, what Wardy was thinking there is, I'm at war with Austria. I might as well build an army. But actually, if you're at war with Austria, you probably wanted another fleet, is actually what you wanted. The army doesn't really give you very many options.
We're at war with Austria. What?
I mean, or he's not at war with Austria. Austria thinks Italy's at war with Austria,
or something.
Yeah, that's really not good. This is another AstroTurk, isn't it? At least from the short term, which is really fun to see different things.
This is just weird. We got Munich to Bohemia here too. This is just fun and weird. I don't even know what to say about that. There must be some interesting conversations going on over the board. In more normal things, we do see the Germans supporting England to Sweden rather than going for it themselves is kind of interesting. Normally, you'd expect them to just support themselves to Baltic, have the English move up to Barents Sea. So this is if this is an attack on Russia, this is maybe a less efficient way to do it than you might like to see.
I assume what we're going to see is the Fleet Baltic convoying the army to Livonia or Prussia. We'll find out in a minute.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Prussia in this case.
Yep. Yep.
Because that one couldn't be stopped. The Livonia one could be stopped. And look, the Russians did know that and tried to stop it in Livonia.
You got to love the Italian moves right here. So the Italian Army Piedmont supports Spain to Marseille. The unwanted to support, a classic play for Italy in this position.
That is outstanding. That is so good. To snag Spain that way is so good. Hats off to Wardy.
Of course, it's not all roses for Wardy right here, right? Because we have Karthik moving into Tunis, so that's kind of maybe takes a little bit of the rain into the parade. But you gotta take the small victories. I mean, it's really interesting to try to fathom what Germany's doing here, going out to Prussia, supporting themselves down into Tyrolia. It's almost like let's spread ourselves and attack as many of the Eastern powers as we possibly can while leaving ourselves open in the middle of the board. But hey,
it's a little bit of a Western triple type looking move. I mean, we'll see if that's what's a little bit of a late breaking Western triple, maybe.
Oh, it certainly looks like a Western triple. I mean, I agree with the English Channel going to the Mid-Atlantic. Yeah.
Now, if you're going to do a Western triple, you don't build another fleet in Edinburgh, probably.
Probably not. Yeah, but if you're doing a Western triple, you don't really want to have that fleet in Sweden. You want to have it up in Barents.
By the way, Fleet Trieste alert. Fleet Trieste alert. Fleet Trieste alert.
This is.
the Turks moving away from Russia is really interesting.
What do you think that means? I mean, what do you think the structure is here?
That's Morgante saying, normally I'm in my AT. Normally I would fight you, Russia, but I need you to defend against the West. Therefore, I'm going to leave you alone and I'm going to go into the Mediterranean.
But if you're Turkey in the face of a triple, do you really need to lay off Russia?
I don't know, but that's what he thought he was doing. Now, as it turns out, the Germans, what are the Germans doing? The Germans are still sort of doing all that, but they also go to the North Sea.
Because why not?
Because this is pretty interesting. But not to fight England, instead to take Belgium. And that could have been arranged, potentially. That could be part of the Western Triple bit.
What is going on this board? Why is Hal vacating Marseille with a Italian in Piedmont?
Hoping to build in Marseille,
Wow.
maybe. But I'm not sure what he expected Piedmont to do other than this.
Wow, this is some really interesting choices. and I'll leave it at the word interesting. But it was arranged for Italy to walk into Marseille, far out.
Well, and for Italy to lose its only fleet, which it did. Look at that.
Yeah.
I mean, that is itself interesting. Now, obviously, it can build, but still, this is not a normal Italian position in winter of 2003.
Well, you got the fleet build at least. I was expecting another Army Rome.
all army Italy. That would have been fun.
Germany did put 2 armies down, which is kind of interesting, though.
Yeah, I mean, you could tell that all that was planned. He was not adverse to England, so the armies make a lot of sense.
Yeah. All right, so what happens here? It looks like the Russians get kicked out of Warsaw, which is probably not great news if you're trying to make a aggressive play there. It does look something like I don't know, is this some sort of Eastern rat kind of thing, or do you think that there's something else going on?
No, I do think it's basically an AT with a Russian junior partner.
Yeah,
I think is what's happening. I think that's what's going on. On the other hand, there's a lot of wasted moves in the East. There's at least the theory of having a lot of units stuck around in the East as opposed to moving them out. So that could either be a cagey AT or just not a very strong alliance structure at all. So we'll see.
Yeah, we're continuing to do some what I can only assume are arranged bounces. Last turn in Bulgaria, now probably in Romania. I guess it's one way to keep your partner honest, and I guess if you're Karthik or you're Morgante, you probably want to be keeping the other one honest.
Yeah, Bulgaria East Coast is not a very offensive unit.
No, no. So France continues to have its decline. We got both England and Germany taking centers this term. So this is just a rough position for Hal right here. And what do we get? We get 2 new English units, a fleet and an army, and we get a new Russian army in Sev. Okay.
Yeah, which is consistent with what we were talking about there.
Okay. All right, and so now this is kind of fun. Italy turns back the other way and walks into Trieste. That's kind of exciting.
That was not fun for Karthik.
I mean, it's a good place for Wardy to be, right? I mean, he can't be kicked out of it, and I mean, he could, but there's all kinds of fun places to retreat to if he is. So
Budapest.
Yep.
Budapest. In fact, he could go to Budapest. He can walk to Budapest if he wants.
Yeah.
Let's see. The Turks took Tunis. Now they've lost Tunis back to the Austrians. Yeah, there's just open warfare now.
So you think Austria and Turkey are now fighting, even though, yeah, I mean,
maybe they're not fighting, but there sure is a lot of units involved.
Well, look at this though. What's really interesting is you have Tyrrhenian Sea, it appears, supporting Western Med into Tunis, while you've got this shenanigans going on in Russia. Could this stuff have been arranged?
Gosh, that's a lot.
Could Karthik have given Wardy Trieste and now also be Wardy's destroy? I mean, this is just a mess. I think that they're talking about some things coordinating on one front, fighting on the other. That is.
I think this was not anything Karthik designed. That's why he's running back to deal with what he's
I
dealing
mean,
with.
the other thing you got is if they're actually fighting, why do you bounce Turkey out of Serbia, right?
Well, maybe they just didn't coordinate very well.
Yeah. Yep. So now what do we got? We've got Germany on top with 8. We've got England with 7. And we've got Austria and Turkey both at 5. Okay. I see in the comments from Karthik, he asked for Trieste to Serbia. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, Karthik needed to work with somebody, and I don't think it's Morgante anymore.
Not at this stage.
No. But does the EG look like it's still together? Answer, yes.
Oh, yeah.
So that's probably more important than whatever shenanigans are going on in the East, the fact that there's still a pretty significantly strong EG. I mean, in the German fleet, is that the German fleet in Gascony? It's gone all the way around?
I think that what you got is you've got Picardy convoying into Spain with Gascony supporting that down.
Yep. Yeah. Now this is just, unless there's going to be fighting in EG, it doesn't much matter what those people in the East are up to because they're going to lose.
That's a cool move right there. The convoy to Spain was great, really strong move for them. They don't manage to take Marseille because Piedmont isn't cut, but I mean, France, this is going to push the rest of it, and now Germany is smooth sailing to the east right now, leaving some spots open at home because there's no reason he can't, and England's sending the fleets back over just to keep going around south. This is just a great position for them. They've got no reason not to keep rolling, I think.
No, it's true because there's just an AT war. There's nothing they can do about it. And they've got the Russians, where the Russians can't really defend against the German attack.
Yeah.
So this should be continual EG rolling, assuming they stick together.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to see whose advantage it would be to break right now. I mean, I think, are there opportunities? Sure, Brett, you could try to do something, but I mean, this is working for both of them. You're seeing dots on both sides. So, what are they actually doing here? Look at this. Germany walks into Warsaw and supports themselves to Galicia. That is just a great aggressive forward play by Germany right there.
Well, and the English have fleets now in Lyon and North Africa.
And we might see a German fleet coming around into the Med as well soon, which is super cool.
You might as well. If you're coordinating that well, why not? He doesn't, though. He goes back. I wonder if we're getting ready to see a realignment. It's a fleet back to the English.
It could be, but oh wow, he supported Marseille. Yeah, this looks like it's getting ready for a stab right here, right?
Yeah.
That's like, but what do you achieve by stabbing? You're gonna just one dot for London here.
Did the Austrians support a G into Greece? It looks like it.
It does.
So I think maybe they've made up again.
Yep.
Yeah. Which,
it makes perfect sense, right? At some point, the two of them have got to say, like, Italy's not doing anything for us here. If one of us wants to top instead of the EG, somebody on the EG, we got to play this a little bit differently.
Particularly now that you've got an EG conflict.
And 2 fleets by the German, yep.
Of course, now that there's an EG conflict, that might actually give Morgante the green light to go after the...
Yeah, I think it certainly opens up some possibilities, especially if you can get Karthik to move forward on the line faster.
Yeah. So now the AT's rearranging again to try to take out the Italians, which makes sense since there's now just open EG warfare. Wait a minute, is there open EG? Yes, there's open EG warfare.
I mean, this is just strange. Again, this is the problem with Germany making that stab there. They don't have the units in France to really cover everything. They go up to this position, but they're going to lose a dot in France. They get London, so where did this get them other than realigning the board? And actually, it's going to be mostly to Morgante's advantage here, I think.
It certainly looks that way. Because they lose Belgium.
Oh, they lose Belgium and Paris. That's that's a negative 1 dot stab over 2 years.
And they're sending armies east, Prussia and Silesia. instead of, for example, to Ruhr or something where it would be much more anti-English.
I mean, this is the problem, right? Because now, if you're Germany, you're looking at this map and saying, I really actually need to be working with the English here, except England just pulled everything back. So England's got no reason to continue working with you. This is a real, this is kind of an issue with a premature stab like in this situation.
Morgante and Karthik switched Greece and Bulgaria. That makes sense, I think.
Mm-hmm. So now you've got Karthik on 9. You've got Morgante on 6, and you have England topping now on 11, even though they lost London. So what wasn't necessarily the best position for Germany. Now Germany is spread out really far, and this could be really problematic for them. The 2 army build, though, is really interesting by England, suggesting that maybe they will find a way to work with the Germans. I don't know. Or it's just super defensive.
I was going to say, I think that's more about defense than anything else.
Defensive, yeah.
I mean, it's not as if the English position is perfect. I mean,
no.
As you can see, well, here we are. We'll see this.
Well, here it is. It's very clear. Yeah, it's clearly not. Yeah.
Denmark, Paris.
Yeah.
So there's still a lot of moves to go here. I think the question is, does AT stick together? I mean, the Turks have just taken St. Petersburg. That's something.
Yeah.
That's really something. That's what an AT wants, is for the Turks to leak into Scandinavia.
And you've got Munich hanging in the breeze. You've got Warsaw hanging in the breeze. I don't know.
This is a fascinating game. It's been a lot of fun to watch.
We only got a year left, though. Is the sad part? I think
maybe 2. It depends on. It's a time limit.
Is it time or year limited?
It's time limited.
Okay, so we might have more. Okay. Yeah, totally fascinating. So we've got Germany pushing back up into Scandinavia. Wow. And we've got what is going on? Okay, Turkey's now.
What's going on is +3 for the Turks, who's now moved.
So now it's going to be really interesting to see Karthik and Morgante trying to jockey this position. I would imagine, since now they're both in the driver's seat. I suspect.
Well, Morgante is in a tremendous position.
Yep.
Question is, what kind of does he have time to do what he needs to do to outmaneuver? And I don't think he's really trying to. I mean, going to Lyon means that you are not trying to take. You're not setting up for a fall 1910 attack on Karthik if you move to Lyon. There,
probably not. Probably not.
Yeah, they're setting up to end the game.
It sure looks like it should draw right now, doesn't it?
They're not really doing much of anything except England's still taking Belgium. Oh wait, no, the Germans took Edinburgh, so that doesn't even matter. Still,
yeah, this looks like a draw right here. 11-9.
Yeah, it does. Yep.
I would love to go back and look at that position before the stab and just, how strong that EG was. I mean, we had the position following this spring turn before Germany pulled back. I mean, makes you wonder, doesn't it?
Yeah, and look at Karthik's position was in right before this, when the Italians first attacked Karthik. Did the stab, which I guess was in 06. You look at the fall of 06, I guess it was 05. It's hard to keep all these years straight. Yeah, it's 05. I mean, Karthik's position there doesn't look very good.
No,
you don't think he's gonna come back and end up at 11 centers. Just goes to show you guys and gals, keep fighting, keep working, keep talking. Don't throw up your hands. Try to keep your eye on the ball. People like Karthik Connaughton know how to do that, and he did it in this game.
Yeah. Really nicely played game by Karthik, Morgante. Kudos to the folks in the West, Peter and Aiden. I think that alliance probably could have pushed a little bit more than it did, but this is the way it goes sometimes.
I saw a game with Vince Young. I think it was against Oklahoma State, and they were down big, like 20, 30 points, something like that, and at halftime. And then that team rallied, and there was some amazing plays, came back to win that. And I think in the chat, I think Karthik was trying to play coy a little bit. He's like, man, should have made Vince proud. That was a very Vince Young-like performance by Karthik. It was a lot of scrambling and getting the job done at the end when it counted. So congrats to the Longhorn for doing his board proud and showing why he's the number one player in the DBNI at the moment.
Yeah, that's really true.
All right. Well, that wraps up our University of Texas games, much to the pleasure of many and sadness of a few. That also wraps up our round 1 and round 2 of the Virtual Diplomacy League. So I'm going to bring Ed back to the stream. Ed, anything you want to say about the games that we saw for rounds 1 or 2?
I thought they were great games. I enjoyed watching all of them. I really like Craig's comeback.
Some great comebacks in several games, and some great alliance play where players were playing not necessarily with the traditional safe position. I was impressed with how well they were coordinating between units. So it was fun to watch.
I will say this, a little inside information. In that really bad position of Karthik and the great EG, there was a draw vote vetoed by
Morgante?
Christopher Ward.
Oh, Christopher Ward. Awesome.
He was the one.
Gotta love it.
I think one other really interesting lesson from that game is, we saw Karthik and Morgante really butting heads for quite a bit of time in the middle of that game. And actually, I think one sign of, really great players in this game is the way they patched things up and actually managed to be the dominant alliance on the board as the game went to its conclusion.
One footnote, I don't know who was lying and who was telling the truth, but Morgante certainly felt like Karthik played hanky-panky on the last turn in 1910. I think he thought it was going to be a split top, and there was a lot of anger, frustration, and hurt feelings expressed in a very professional, diplomatic way at the end of that game.
Well, at the end of VDL rounds 1 and 2, our league standings have McAllis in first, Morgante second. Brandon Fogel makes a move all the way up into third place. Craig, he got knocked out of the top 7 last time and is back in fourth. Ben Kelman drops down to fifth. Karthik moves into the top 7 in sixth, and Miles Holcomb drops down to 7. Lots of movement. Stay tuned for later in the broadcast. We will go to round 3. I believe some of these players may be playing in that round as well. Others will have an opportunity to make moves of their own. We'll see if there's any shakeups in our standings. With that, though, it is time for us to move on to our feature league. So let's bring that up. It is time for the Tour of Britain. So, David, do you want to just give us a quick recap? It's been a couple months since we've seen him the Tour of Britain games. Anything? Could you just run us through the scoring format, the league format, and kind of catch us up with where we're at?
Sure. The league format is to have 4 weekends of play throughout the year. The Tour of Britain was originally a face-to-face event where they would go in different parts of Britain and play. In the virtual world, I think they had games in March, then they had games in June. They're going to have games again in September, I believe, and then the last set of games in November. And it will be a overall score to take home the Tour of Britain. The games have been named after places in different parts of the United Kingdom, which has been fun for history and geography people like me. Gary Sturley is the one who runs the Tour of Britain. And speaking personally, it's great to see a league that is not centered in North America. That'll help us as virtual play continues going forward to have games that are more accessible to people around the world. It's just hard to do that when all the tournament organizers live and work in, North American time zones. So having something that is not headquartered in the North America is really good for the hobby.
Absolutely. Well, with that, I'm going to go ahead and give Ed and Adam a break. Thank you for your coverage. We'll see you again soon. And David, you and I are going to cover our first game of the Tour of Britain. Let me share that out.
My understanding is that England is involved in some sports competition right now, although I couldn't tell you anything about it since I have no interest in it. But apparently they're going to win some minor sport tournament of some kind.
Something. Somebody may have heard of it. Round 3, game A is Loch Ness, home of my great-grandparents and that side of my family. We've got in Austria, Sabi Ahuja from Chicago. England, Evan Swihart from Cincinnati. France, we have Ed Sullivan from Houston. Germany, Saren Kwok from Great Britain, London. Italy, Klaus de Graaf from the Netherlands. Russia, Reese Cummings from Lisbon in Portugal. And Turkey, we have Eskel Sandblom, who we saw earlier in the broadcast. David, anything about this player list?
Well, the player list, obviously stacked board. We say that a lot, but it's really true in this particular case with Eskel, who was interviewed today, Ed Sullivan, who's already been on the stream, Saren Kwok, who just came in second at Massacre and has really been playing well, Klaus de Graaf, we've already seen tonight in other action. Just for those viewers at home, these games we're covering now from the Tour of Britain were played on June the 12th. So they were played about a month ago. Just FYI.
And from a placement standpoint, Eskel's coming in at 3rd place and Evan is in 4th place. So that'll be a fun one to watch the witches compete for placement.
I didn't mention Evan Swihart, but he's another person that is always in contention in tournaments and in league play.
All right. David, I'll go ahead and do the play-by-play and you can do the color for this one.
Sure.
In spring of 1901, we've got a very aggressive opening from Evan moving to the Channel and Wales. Typically, that signals nothing but ill will towards France. Ed Sullivan, on the other hand, does a somewhat standard opening for France. Sabi is doing the most common opening for Austria, with the exception of the hold in Vienna. No bounce in Galicia does indicate to me there could be an agreement between Austria and Russia, so that would be something to keep an eye on. We've got Italy, Klaus moving into Trieste. Typically, if Ionian moves into Aegean, that's an arrangement. If not, we'll have to watch. I can't recall if Sabi likes that or not. I know that's one of my favorite ways to play the AI. And then we've got Turkey using my preferred opening, moving Smyrna to Ankara. It's essentially a hold, except that if it works, it's amazing. And it keeps Khan open for a build if you want it. Anything stand out to you, David?
Yeah, the Italian move from Rome to Venice means that it's almost certainly not something Sabi was agreeing to. And the fact that Sabi held in Vienna is almost the worst thing that could have happened in that. If you know you're not going to bounce in Galicia, I guess the theory was that Sabi maybe did have a deal to let the Italians into Trieste. Just the Italians said, "Yeah, I want Trieste, and I'm going to keep it, and I'm going to go to Venice." That's just an unusual thing if there really is an AI alliance.
I don't think it's an AI.
No.
All right. Fall of 1901. It's not an AI.
Wait, it is an AI.
Traditional key. The key opening. Yeah.
Wow. That if it was, maybe that was negotiated. I don't know.
Maybe. It's unusual.
That is very AI.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. And then we've got England looks like they're trying to convoy into Belgium, but are not successful because they're bounced by Belgium. They don't get support from Saren. I wonder if they thought they were going to get support, or no, it's a guess. They're just taking the 50-50. They chose Belgium, and Ed did a good job of sniffing that out.
Yeah, there's some chatter about, is this a true key opening? It's not the most traditional key opening, but if by key opening you mean the Italians get Serbia, then yes, that's what the original key opening was designed to do. It was not designed for the Austrians to get no builds, however. That is not part of the deal.
I still don't think it's an AI. We'll see. 1901, we've got 2 builds for nothing particularly unusual. We've got, looks like some naval buildup between England and France, and everything else is pretty expected. Maybe the army in St. Pete goes for the more flexible option than choosing the to show their hand with the fleet.
You know, we didn't say this at the end of the fall turn. Ed Sullivan correctly guessing the move on Belgium was really awesome.
Yeah.
Hats off to Sullivan on that one.
Correctly, or maybe tipped off even.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
All right. In spring of 02, we've got, looks like maybe some separation between England and France, but not France. France continues moving on. Trying to understand the move of London to North Sea.
Well, it looks like London in the North Sea was to be supported by Norway, but that was cut. Maybe
it succeeds.
Yes, but it still shows the support order being cut, I think.
Yeah. Just
the bounce in Burgundy, I wonder if that is arranged or not.
Yeah.
I mean, Holland is saying to England, "I'll support you to Belgium now." So it's a little hard to know what that means. Austria does take Greece in the spring turn with Italian support.
Well, maybe there is an AI after all.
On the other hand, the army did go to Venice. Well, then it goes to Tyrolia, so that's not threatening to Sabine.
All right, so we do finally see that convoy into Belgium. Looks like everyone wants England in Belgium. We've got that bounce in Burgundy again. If that is arranged, it feels like there could be something more efficient, but maybe they both feel it's necessary. Germany does make progress into... Oh, no, they do not make progress into Sweden.
Swihart blocked her.
Yeah. Interesting. I was not expecting that. And I guess neither was Saren. And then we've got Aegean moving into Bulgaria, which is big. From this position, if Austria and Italy are able to get on the same page or stay on the same page, I think Turkey's going to have a rough time of it.
Italy having 2 builds for Klaus there is really awesome.
Yeah.
Building another army is perhaps less awesome if you're Sabine.
Interesting.
Now, maybe Klaus thought he had to build the army of Venice because Sabine was building, but that just seems like a lot of armies for an AI.
I still don't think there's an AI. We'll see. Spring of 1903, we've got Ed continuing the advance against Evan, and gets into Burgundy successfully. Evan holds in Belgium. Interesting. We've got Baltic, Denmark trying to move to North Sea. Evan does a good job of blocking that. Evan retreats to Irish, which makes sense. Reese moves to Finland, so they'll have good play on Norway unless the Germans interfere. Or no, it looks like North Sea's vacant. So that.
Well, I think the Russians are trying to help the English. I don't think don't think there's anything going on there. I think
Yeah.
Finland is to help support Sweden,
I see.
most likely.
It's interesting. And then
Hey, Brian, look, the AI in the East tries to take Aegean, and the AI does a lot of supporting otherwise.
I still don't know. I think you're right, though. You usually are. Fall of 1903.
Wrong. I spoke too soon. So all Italy does is take 3 Austrian centers from that position.
Wow.
I mean, as I said when the builds were made, it's a pretty goofy AI if you got that many armies sitting up there doing nothing. You know, I was mostly kidding with you. There was no way that was going to be anything other than somebody was going to hit somebody. And here we go.
Well, Bulgaria does make it into Greece.
I mean, he took 3 centers from Sabine.
Yeah. Wow. And we've got in the West, Ed just keeps on going. And we've got a fun retreat from Evan into Ruhr. Be curious to see whether or not they end up keeping that unit.
So what you're saying is if there's an Anglo-German war, France tends to benefit. Is that what you're trying to say?
I am saying that, especially when you've got the number 3 player in the league or on the DB&I circuit right now in France, somebody who knows what they're doing. So.
Yes.
All right. Winner of 03, big turn for Italy, horrible turn for Austria. We've got Russia does have to England does have to disband in Ruhr, which is unfortunate. Another fleet from France. I think it was one of the Legendary Tactics France videos, but someone was saying France does better statistically when they have more fleets. And I've been playing this a long time, and I think I knew that subconsciously, but I'd never heard it stated verbally. But yeah, France is a naval power.
You know what? You know why that's true just geographically? Because of Switzerland. It really limits your ability to put a lot of armies on your front, on your attacking front. So you have to have some armies, but you have to have a significant number of fleets because you can't just be Germany and just pound armies everywhere. If you're France, you just don't have the ability to do that because of Switzerland, of all things.
Makes sense. All right, spring of 1904, we've got France just moving in to England. At this point, it's a foregone conclusion. My bigger question, David, what do you do if you're Germany in this position? Are you trying to work with?
Apparently, you go to Ruhr with support because you don't really know what's happening, but you don't use Munich to bounce Burgundy. So it's kind of a mixed bag if you're Germany. If I'm Germany, I make a deal with the English, I think, because you want the English to leave. So you make a deal, and that might mean doing exactly what she's doing here, which is setting up a line against the French. You know, the interesting thing that happened in the winter was the fleet build from the Turks was a signal that there was no possibility of an IT alliance. You know, if the Turks had built an army, then the Italians might have felt free to go attack it and have the Turks go up and hit Russia, but it was not to be.
Well, it's a good turn for a wintergreen, perhaps.
Yeah, actually, that's exactly what's happening, isn't it? Which makes a lot of sense in this situation. Reese doesn't need the Turks. Reese needs the Turks centers. The only problem with wintergreen is once it's over, you're really got a lot of units touching each other. You know, unlike other alliances where you can sort of move away from each other, the wintergreen, you're moving towards each other.
Yeah.
And so it can lead to instability. It takes a lot of good negotiating. We'll see if they're able to pull it off.
When I've had successful wintergreens, they've been early like this. So it would take both of them choosing to, hey, it's better for us strategically to separate. So if they're
And
not
Turkey's-
separating here,
And Turkey's not going to die real fast just because of the unit selection.
but you don't need Turkey to die fast. You can pick them off over time if you've got growth elsewhere. With 2 builds and a weak Scandinavia, Russia does. I think Italy is going to have a harder time because of the unit mix. We'll see.
Yep.
All right, spring of 05.
You know, if you went to Piedmont and Lyon right there, you'd have had Marseille for sure, just about. But no, instead go back and try to kill the Turks and set up on the line to maybe go after Munich.
Yeah.
Interesting, though, if it really is wintergreen and you're really thinking about doing that, why would the Russians just not go ahead and go to Silesia?
Yeah.
So I'm not sure we've got that level of coordination between the two of them. In the East, there's really just the French get into Ruhr. It's the main thing.
Yeah. And England's doing everything they can to defend, doing a reasonable job at defending.
Evan Swihart knows how to move pieces around.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
And we're seeing that in his success. Definitely seeing some results.
Well, Reese is having a pretty good turn. And that really doesn't look like a very coordinated wintergreen.
Siobhan does not smell fresh or minty. Okay, so David, I like the wintergreen. I know you just talked about some of the downsides. Do you like this move for Reese?
Well, it still may be wintergreeny. It just the issue with wintergreen is exactly what's going on right here. Look how many units are next to each other once your targets are dead.
Mm-hmm.
A lot. So it takes a lot of maneuvering to get your units away from each other. And sometimes you have to leave a bunch of them there to hold the line against each other. I'm not saying wintergreen's bad. I'm just saying it takes a lot of coordination for it not to be unstable. Any alliance with a Russia that's big is almost inherently unstable because Russia straddles the stalemate line. Wintergreen is no exception to that. The fact that the Italians took Munich is obviously good for them, but still, you know, when France is that far away, you've got time to try to sort this out. If you're the Italians and the Russians, so there's still hope that this is going to be a stable wintergreen that is the kind of wintergreen you want, fresh and minty.
Well, I love this Russian position. I think that's if we're playing who do you like, I would dream to come into a position like this. Is there any other position besides the Russian that you feel like has a shot at topping this board, Dave?
Oh, the Italians definitely have a shot at topping the board. Even Sullivan's got some shot of topping the board, although it's a pretty narrow window, I think.
What needs to happen?
Well, first of all, there needs to be an IR war, for sure. Secondly, there needs to be some kind of rapprochement either with England or with Germany against the other. So there's some things that need to happen there. I mean, Evan's position's too strong for Ed to do anything except really defend. So, and the same is really true for the German position. I know Belgium's, or you could end the game in spring of 06 and what? Never mind.
Wow. I would not have clicked the button that fast.
Everything I just said, take it all back and say moot.
Wow.
It's lots of no analysis of any game makes sense if it gets called at the end of 05.
Yeah. Well, congratulations to Reese. That's a good result. Good score in this system. Really in any system that would have been a good score, and except maybe draw size. And but yeah, good. What's your main takeaway from this game, David?
If you're a 10 center Russia and you can convince everyone to end the game, good for you. I mean, 10 center France, 10 center England, 10 center, Turkey, you're in good shape for the end of the game. It's very, very hard for you to get knocked out. 10 center Russia is almost always precarious. So if you've got 10 centers and you're Russian, yes, in the game. Awesome for you.
Well, and as Eddie Brisson always says, like, if you can convince everyone else to accept your draw or concede you a solo, like, that's diplomacy. That's how the game works. So
I know I've said this before, but I was actually at the tournament where we had what we have called the Immaculate Concession, which was Eddie Brisson winning the game with a solo, conceded solo in 1904. It was completely insane.
Well, that's the name of the game. And on that note, I'm going to go ahead and drop. We're going to welcome back Ed Sullivan. Ed, welcome back.
Hey.
And, Ed, give us your thoughts on that
Not
game.
happy about that.
The next one.
That was the first game that nobody trusted me. Evan didn't trust me. Saren didn't trust me. I haven't had that game in a long time. And Evan told me at one point that I was too good at lying and that I needed to not be so passionate when I talked to him, so it would clue him in that I was lying. And I'm like, if you knew when I was lying, like, what good would that do? But yeah, we could not get it together in the West. And the reason why I drew, Klaus was done. He'd been playing, and he was just like, I'm gotta go, and drew for that reason. I don't think we wanted to stop.
So, which is a good point to sometimes make, that sometimes extraneous considerations actually matter in diplomacy. You know, whether there's another round coming, whether it's time to eat, whether people need to go to bed, those things actually matter. And good diplomats actually know how to use those things when they can.
And it helped that he had to go right as Russia had a huge position on him.
Look at the Bannockburn game, named after a famous battle in Bannockburn between the Scots and the English, I believe. So Austria, Christopher Ward, Wardy, we've seen him a lot tonight. Morgante in England, obviously strong player. Laszlo, we've seen him play before, but it's good to see him back. Katie Gray, somebody who really came packing heat here in the spring, won a tournament, came in third in another tournament. Roni Mordvanov, another player we've seen tonight already. Karthik. Ed, you want to talk about Karthik? I'm sorry, we don't have time for you to say all the things you want to say about Karthik. That's all you need to say is Longhorns. And Matt Lynch, our resident Irish diplomacy player. What an interesting cast of characters.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm excited to see this game. I mean, you have a mix of craziness and excellent play.
I'm looking for some Katie Gray excellent plays, what I'm looking for. And then we got the bounce in Burgundy.
Haven't seen that in a long time.
And that has been a common move in the meta of diplomacy for a while, but we haven't seen it much lately, and here we see it. And we got another move that, like we did last game, with the English Channel and Wales. That is such a strong anti-French move. Anything else you see, Ed?
No, everything else looks standard Southern opening. Looks like some AI cooperation, but not necessarily into Trieste. And if you haven't clued in that Morgante likes to channel, whether he's England or France, you haven't been paying attention to DBN. This is the kind of information you can pick up on. All right, as we move into fall 1901.
Yeah, I've got a technical issue. Go right ahead, Ed.
Germany takes Burgundy. So that's great. Now, let's see. There must have been a misorder. England may have there was a bounce in Belgium, sorry. Meanwhile, France builds to England puts the fleet into Norway. Russia gets Sevastopol but doesn't get Sweden, and Austria is into Galicia. It looks pretty good for the AI right here, although Turkey did act correctly and got the fleet to Caen.
Yeah. This is why the move your army to Wales thing and is a little screwy, because you end up having to take Norway with the fleet and leaving the North Sea open, which is not ideal if you're the English. It's okay if the Germans build two armies, though.
Germany builds two armies and not an army in Paris. I guess they'll get there the other way with Spain.
Yeah. Or from Picardy.
Right.
Where you could retreat there from Picardy, I guess.
They've secured Paris. They've retreated into Paris. Whoever thought the French would do that?
That's never happened before. Wow. Look at Spring 02. The Turks have already lost Bulgaria. You were talking about how the AI was off to a pretty good start, and they are. And they had the foresight to bounce Tyrolia.
Yeah. I'm going to ask you, Dave, what do you think about putting the fleet into South Coast as opposed to putting the army? Serbia wasn't under threat with a fleet Romania.
It's a mistake. It's actually a pretty significant mistake, because really, what does Serbia have to do here? Now, the theory may have been, I need to keep Serbia back because I'm not really sure about the Italian intentions. Fine. If you're not sure about the Italian intentions, talk to them about it, but don't do this.
Yeah, I'm a little worried. Oh.
Well, of course, if you go to Romania with it, that's just fine.
Problem solved.
That is, I don't think that's anything either one of us could have predicted, that the Russians would leave and the Austrians would go in. Wow. Austrians also took Warsaw, got into
Galicia. Good turn for Wardy.
Woo, Karthik, you got snowed somehow or another. Or as we say in the country, he got hoodooed. So that's how we say that in the country.
Yeah, I didn't even see what happened in the West, but it didn't matter. That was the big move with Wardy.
It really didn't matter. Wow.
Another army build is what I see Germany's done. Katie did not listen to Doug Moore's video on Germany.
Well, or has decided that, you know what, I can just put that army in Livonia. That's forward pressure. What do I need a fleet for? England's my ally. I agree. You really ought to have two fleets as the Germans. I don't care who your ally is. But in this particular, maybe she can build one later. You can't argue with the fact that she's making progress in the East, except for the fact that she lost Belgium.
She lost Belgium. I was sort of looking at the East. The AI is, stuck together here. If I was Roni, I'd be a little upset. He clearly did not know that was coming from Russia, because Trieste was supporting Serbia, and he didn't see Serbia going to, I'm surprised he hasn't asked, we'll see in the fall if he gets one off of Austria. You got to have parity in building for an alliance to work.
Well, Greece could always be given, for example, or Serbia.
Correct.
I mean, there's things that can happen here, like Greece.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
You hate for the army to be stranded in Tunis with nothing to do. Although I guess it was keeping the French from wanting to do anything screwy, because they couldn't take Tunis.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the convoy. I know it's sort of gospel, but I'm not a fan of stranding the army there.
It's not complete gospel. I think I said in the last game, I actually like sending both my armies north to Piedmont and Venice when I'm in Italy sometimes, and by definition, you can't convoy then. So
but here, I think I would have liked the convoy to Greece. But I guess France was in the Western Med; they couldn't do it.
Not just that, I assume that Greece is a given center by the Austrians, and the Austrians sure don't want you convoying your army there.
Okay. Wardy's a nice guy.
Oh, no question. No question about it. Italy is a little bit precarious here in terms of, what if the French really do decide to send their fleets into the Med? Like that.
Yeah. Well, luckily Italy got one back.
So I know, but then now they've got a guess on covering
Turanian, and yeah. He doesn't want to be in this position. Matt Lynch hanging on through 04.
Katie had to send her army back from Livonia to
Kiel. We got the French coming. Meanwhile, England has no enemies apparently, except for Russia.
Yeah, Karthik has nothing but enemies, apparently, which is unusual for him. Let's be honest. Although it looks like he's still going to keep his 2 centers.
Yeah, he'll scramble. And we have what made it into Syria? I can't tell from the map. Go Tunis, but he loses Tunis. Oops.
Oh my. Yeah, that was exactly the wrong time to do that. There must have been, he must have been talked, or maybe this is some kind of deal or something, but otherwise, why in tarnation would you do that?
I think he just said, I'm going to be supporting Tunis or something like that. But yeah, no, it didn't work out.
Yeah, it could have just been he tried to lie to the French. Yeah. Yeah.
And England here supports Holland. So, and takes Denmark. So Morgante kind of helped and hurt Katie, and is now probably going to use Katie a bit, is my guess here.
Yeah, because he just built the 2 fleets, including Liverpool. So I suspect we're getting ready to have a EF war.
Yeah. Huh?
Oh my. Matt Lynch. Matt may have decided he was done with this game, or was going to go some kind of suicide against Karthik or something.
Fairly inexplicable Matt's moves here.
Sometimes you just throw up your hands and quit. That's the way some people do it.
That's not a way to play Turkey, because like Turkey, we can see can hang in there and come back.
Yeah. Particularly when there are French knocking on the Italian door.
Matt, you're letting the Irish down. We only give in after a couple of drinks. All right. Let's go.
Karthik's in a little bit of trouble here. He kept Sev because the 2 people trying to
beleaguered garrison.
It's a beleaguered, yeah. That's exactly what it is. Well, no, Ukraine didn't actually go. Ukraine supported Sev. I see now.
Well, would have worked out either way.
True. But Lynch is now out, which is really good news.
England shifted west and now shifted east. Now coming back west. I think that was a beautiful little feint.
Yes.
On France to get France to think that all those fleets really weren't anti-French, but they were.
Yes, they were.
Oh, another fleet, another army. Really like Morgante's game here, as well as Wardy. But Wardy's got a lot to deal with now. France is going to have to shift towards England, so he doesn't worry about the West so much. But Austrians are coming.
Yeah,
yeah. They smelled that Italy was weak. Karthik hanging on. I love the support of Moscow.
Yeah, that's quite a move for Chris.
Atlantic.
Quite a move for Christopher.
Yeah. Chris, you got to stop trusting people.
Well, he comes out 1 ahead, right?
Yeah, he takes Tunis, and he saves Venice.
Oh, because Roni. Okay, so Roni takes that, loses Greece, but took Khan. Yeah.
What does he build? Got to build an army Rome?
I don't think I would do that. I think I might build another fleet. Maybe a fleet Naples. He's already got 2 armies up there.
Probably a fleet. Maybe go to Adriatic with Ionian. I don't know.
That's what I was thinking.
Apulia.
Well, because you moved Ionian to the Eastern Med instead of going the other way. Actually,
Smyrna.
Yeah,
it's not awful. Okay,
no, I mean, there's basically open warfare in the east and open warfare in the west.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Morgante has successfully brought Katie onside in the EF war, and takes Brest, which he could have taken. But, well, I guess Portugal could have cut Mid-Atlantic. Well, I don't know. I don't think it could have worked. All right.
Morgante's position's really good.
Yeah.
You've already said that. I think you've already said that, and it is demonstrably true.
But Wardy's taken Ankara, Ancon.
Yeah.
Not looking great for Roni.
Yeah, the move to Adriatic might have been better, although really the position just wasn't great either way he sliced it. At least he got the French to leave. Or Morgante got the French to leave. So at least he gave him a little bit of a chance to try to fight back. But
Morgante's correcting me in the comments, and he's right. But Morgante's always right. So what does that prove?
Sometimes reading these things so fast, it's really easy to miss details.
I don't need your charity. All right.
We're talking about you. We're talking about me. People can rag on you all they want, but they just can't criticize me when I miss something.
I love how Karthik moves to the Black Sea in the spring and then back to Sevastopol in the fall, seemingly every round. Meanwhile, Wardy's taking Smyrna. It's a good turn again for Wardy. Look at England now in the Western Med. Oh, I really like Karthik's position here. Katie's like Morgante's slave right now. Janissary is just the technical term.
Yes. Katie really doesn't have much that Katie can do because she's only got, it's all armies.
Yeah.
So it's just really, really sort of limiting. I mean, there was no way around it because she was on defense for so long. But it really makes it hard to go on offense.
Well, while you're focused on Katie, I would just like to point out that Vince Young builds.
Oh, my gosh. Karthik.
That's
why he kept going to Black Sea to try to make some kind of deal to pick up a center in the fall. That's why he kept doing it.
He could have taken Romania, but he did get a build. He convinced Wardy, right, to do that because Wardy could have defended that on a self bounce.
Well, it may be that he's convinced Wardy that Wardy needs another friendly fleet in the Med, which is true.
True, and the other thing is what Karthik can leverage now with Wardy is his tactical chops. And he can help Wardy here.
And his fleet, because it's hard. It's going to be hard for Wardy to build a fleet. Got to somehow get Trieste to do it.
Yeah,
that fleet could really be helpful. And see, it is. It's trying to go into the Med here. Wait, did he not? He didn't build. That was the deal. That was the deal. Keep me alive. Let my fleet go into the Med for you. That was probably the deal. Because anything that he built would have been an unstable force behind Wardy's lines. So this is some kind of deal.
Meanwhile, Morgante takes Portugal, but Gascony gets into Spain, which is fine with Morgante if you look at it. So it's just great. And he's not made war with Roni yet. He's happy to have Roni and Wardy fight. He'll be coming there soon enough. Can't be stopped.
And there goes Katie's Holland. Maybe that's arranged because Katie's getting Paris. Who knows?
I'm pretty sure that's arranged. That's the way Morgante works. He's not going to want you to go up, but he's happy for him to go up, and his Janissary.
He doesn't want his Janissaries to go up. Yeah.
Right. It's smart play. Meanwhile, the little Tyrrhenian Sea move, the English are coming into the Med. I mean, it's Wardy versus Morgante. No offense to Wardy, but I'm liking Morgante's odds.
The position that Morgante's got is just unassailable, really.
Yeah. Yeah, look at that. Again, it continues to get great for Morgante.
Yes.
Tunis is gone. Marseille will be gone. He may trade off and let Germany take Marseille, so he takes Paris from what we've seen. Arrange bounce in Prussia.
It's the story of Morgante Pell. Just keep going. Marseille. I mean, there's no reason to take Tunis because he's helping the Italians, right?
Yeah, that's true.
So
He'll
he's
take it when he wants.
take whenever he wants. He's there to help the Italians, not to not to bury them. He's
That's
there to
right.
praise them. He's there to praise them, not to bury them.
Correct. Wonderful Mark Antony quoting Julius Caesar. All
Yep.
right.
All right, Morgante, and now he and Wardy are tied at 13.
Tied at 13, but I think Morgante's use of the Italians has ended. He's in Tunis. He's convoyed beautifully into Tuscany. He's going to take Paris, no doubt about it.
Yep.
And the race is going to be won by Morgante. I don't believe he will solo, but I think he'll get 15.
Yeah, certainly. No, I don't think solo's in the cards, although because I don't think they're unlimited games at Tour of Britain, are they?
I don't remember, if I'm being honest with you.
Yeah, I don't think
I
they're
think they end in 1912. I can't remember. Someone in the comments can correct me.
Yeah, that's right. Just keep going through here and let's watch Morgante continue to roll.
English in Paris.
Yep.
Yep. And meanwhile,
Hold on.
Karthik,
Wait, they
gone.
walked out of Paris.
Oh, he did. Yeah, didn't want to
He
walk.
might have
Why?
because
He
he
needs
probably walked out because he didn't need to take it to keep the board top. That's what it was.
right.
You know, I hate to sound like the broken record that I sound like, but Morgante Pell is really good.
He's very good. And I think he gets a bit of a bad rap from folks. I play with him a lot, and it's just he's a tough negotiator. And you know what? Good players are tough negotiators. They're fighting for their position. And but typically when he negotiates, it's in good faith, at least from what I can tell.
Well, it was just well played. Wardy played well. Considering
played really well.
the position he was in and the sort of the Italian moves that he wasn't expecting at various times. I thought that was a nice game for Wardy as well.
He needed a nice game. He's inflated a lot and then imploded. And I was sort of waiting for that to happen. It didn't. And I'm glad it didn't. And I'm hoping that Karthik and Wardy work together there a little bit. And I'm happy for his result.
And Karthik, the one thing that people watching this stream should take from his experience is make yourself useful. Don't just throw up your hands and say, well, this didn't go well for me. Make yourself useful. Stay in the game. It's more fun that way anyway.
Yeah. Oh, look who's in this game.
Oh, my.
I can't comment on my own game? You got to let me comment on my own game.
Nope. We're gonna kick you off, and we're gonna say farewell to David for a minute, and then Adam and I are gonna take this one.
All right.
All right, Adam. We got a great list of players here. This is round 4 of the Tour of Britain. We've got Klaus, Ben Knight, Morgante, and Katie Gray, Natty Schaefer, Aiden Lewis. We've seen several of these players over the night tonight, and this is just a killer board. What are your thoughts? Oh, you're on mute.
Sorry about that. I'm rooting for Ben. You know, we want to see a British player win the Tour of Britain. So,
all right. Well, let's get to the game. All right. I'll have you do the play-by-play. I'll add a little color.
Sure thing. I think the things that are immediately noticeable is Morgante this time as France once again goes to the English Channel in the opening moves. The only other thing of particular note that we see right here is the Italians moving from Venice into Trieste directly. That's also followed by the Apulia-Ionian thing, so it's fairly likely to perhaps speculate that this may have been arranged.
Yeah, this one definitely feels more like a typical AI arrangement.
All right, we got a sea lion. This is the second sea lion we've seen today, though I guess the other was the VDL. So we've got the French supporting the Germans into the North Sea. That's Ed Sullivan moving from Denmark to the North Sea. it's interesting to see the English made the choice to self-bounce in London rather than bouncing Holland or Belgium as one would probably preferentially do in this position. Otherwise, we have really interesting down south. We have the Italians convoying into Greece with support of the Turks, which is, well, maybe they were invited into Trieste, but sure isn't being friendly once there. You can see it looks a lot like a pretty friendly RT as well. Well, actually, who knows with Sev going to the Black Sea? That's kind of interesting.
Yeah, that move, that convoy into Greece, man, I love that when I'm Italy and I can make that happen.
You got to have a lot of trust in the Turks, though, because you're really giving up. I mean, I guess you've got Trieste in this situation, so worst case, you're still getting a build. But now we've got a 2-build Italy with Tunis basically in the bag. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. All right, for our builds, we've got French building in Brest. Got the army and fleet from Italy. We've got Army Warsaw, Army Moscow. Anything stand out? The adjustments?
No, I mean, I think this all is pretty logical. I think what's really interesting is what a great opening position this is for Italy, particularly with Turkey forced to build the fleet on the inside, having Russia in the Black Sea. Maybe we're going to see a little bit of strife there. It just sets up a great situation for them. And indeed, we see the continued coordination between AI. It doesn't get them the dot this turn, but there will be more opportunities probably. It actually looks a little bit like AI with Austria defending against Italy and Russia just kind of charging their way in. Up north, we've got Russia not getting involved, and so the English kick Germany out of the North Sea, but thereby preventing Holland from convoying to Edinburgh. But oops, I guess they can retreat there anyhow. They do guess right, though, and keep the French out of Wales. So not a terrible turn for the English, actually. Yeah, and so the English managed to hold on to Edinburgh. They keep all their home dots. Of course, Russia is tempted and takes Norway so they can get themselves a build there. They also forced their way into Bulgaria. So 2 builds for the Russian, which is probably good for them in this position. They do have some issues to deal with down south. Also very cool is seeing the Germans move into Trieste. So Germany has their ally in France. They're trying to make their play against England, and so they say, well, why don't I just kind of wreak some havoc in the East and do this. I'm not sure that that's strategically a great play for Germany, I think. But we'll see how it shakes out. Interesting that Denmark holds rather than going into Sweden also.
Statistically, Italy and Germany have one of the highest correlations between success for the two powers. I've seen that across like years of play, different kinds of leagues, different tournaments and everything. I'm curious to see how this will play out in the long run. This could be the game that proves the stats as just stats, not necessarily telling the story.
Yep. So Austria is going to pull. Yep. Did Germany? Did Russia have a piff there? I just saw that they put 3 down. I guess their fleet must have been piffed. So they put a new. Oh no, their fleet is in Bulgaria. How did they get a 3rd build? Oh, they took Budapest, Bulgaria, and Norway. Very, very cool. Well, this is good, but also potentially dangerous for Natty, getting some early leader syndrome here. Of course, maybe not. They do get attacked by the IT. They move their way into Serbia. The Germans now are moving against Russia as well. Get that convoy into England. And France is just, pushing their way north. It's kind of interesting to see this position with France, with all of the armies, all of the fleets up north, some armies in the middle of France. This is usually not setting up to be a very stable FG. Usually gives France an opportunities here, unless they turn around very quickly into the Med. But I'm not sure we're going to see that here. So maybe I'm wrong right away. So France does send some units back while convoying up into Wales. What else do we got? We've got Germany now taking Edinburgh, yet supporting the English into Norway. Not quite sure what Ed is doing here. I guess that he is trying to make England into a janissary or something. Quite interesting. What do you make of that, Brian?
Only thing I could think is just concern that Natty is going to make him next. So just looking for a way to slow Russia down more than prop England up.
Yeah, I mean he's got this army down in Trieste, and it looks like that he's just trying to cause trouble with it. I guess that's what he does. He moves into Vienna. This is a fall turn, and it looks like he arranged Austria and Russia to bounce in Trieste, so he holds it. I mean, this is always, it's nice for Ed, but conversely, if he can't get some other centers to make up for it, those are not dots that he can really hold in the long run, most likely.
I love this so much. Like the move to Vienna, that makes sense to me, but then to be able to hold on to Trieste, go up to that massively changes his.
Yeah, I mean, I just wonder conversely if this is the way to do it, or whether moving Bohemia to Vienna would have been better, which also would have worked, right? Because he just walked right in.
Well, we'll find out.
Oh, and we bid goodbye to Klaus this turn. And Ed puts 2 more armies down, looking very friendly to the French again. And what do we have? We have... okay, that's interesting. We have the going out against the Russians, it would look like, with Morgante walking into Munich. One might assume that that's arranged. And then up in the north, just helping Morgante take out the rest of England, it looks like. So, yeah, it looks like it's Germany against Russia, Germany and France against Russia and Italy, and it's not clear that Russia and Italy are really coordinating at this point.
Yeah, and we've seen Ed and Morgante work well together in previous games, so we know they can do it. It'll be, I think last time we saw them, they came to an arranged split. I'll be curious to see if that happens.
Well, I think the problem in this position is, Natty's got to have an ally, and it looks like he's actually made a friend out of Italy at this point, which makes sense because Italy doesn't really have much other choice than to, now that he's got France apparently coming his direction. Turkey, though, as in these positions, is going to start to make a play here, right? You've got the board turning in the other direction, and you're sitting in the corner, and now there's dots in front of you that, are pretty low risk for you to take, and so take them Aiden does.
What do you make of the Munich Silesia Bohemia?
Well, I mean, I think that Ed is making the safe move to get out of Silesia so that Morgante can be guaranteed to push through. I mean, the alternative would have been to push that army into Tyrolia, but this is the way they decided to go. Right, so Ed has a pull here. This is what I was saying last turn, taking Trieste and Vienna is great, but if you don't have other centers elsewhere, you're going to ultimately have to pull that stuff. That's the sensible pull there, but, it is what it is. So we do have continued coordination between Russia and Italy. It also looks like Turkey is now, I don't know, it looks like they're setting up to maybe attack Natty. I'm not quite sure why they're putting their fleet in Armenia rather than Smyrna. That's pretty weird. I'm sure that they have something in mind there. And interestingly enough, France is now turning back around. So Morgante sending some units away from Italy, maybe hoping to get the IR to fight each other or something. I guess would be the rationale there. I don't see this as being a play to stab Ed because those fleets are not really going to be super helpful in doing so.
Could be pulling back to hold Iberia, just let Italy extend out. And then, I mean, Morgante's picking up Holland and Munich. So Ed's going down 2. It could be a stab.
Well, we'll see. I mean, why he may be going to Holland at Ed's request to bounce the English out because they can just support himself back to Belgium now. Yeah. So I'm not sure that that's a stab.
And Ed retreated to Belgium anyway. So yeah,
not Ed. Ben retreated.
Or Ben. I'm sorry, Ben.
Yeah, see, and this is exactly right. So he just supports Holland back. I think that was just to help. I think that was probably at Ed's request, and you can see he's pulling right out of Munich. Yep. So. I think Morgante's doing the right thing here. There's no reason for him to be fighting Ed in this position, especially when you've got coordination. But look, I mean, it maybe had some of the desired effect. You have Italy attacking Russia here, right? And actually, I think Katie is trying to put herself in the position to dictate the direction of this board. She seems to have Turkey on side, which is really important, and it lets her continue sending her fleets to the west while fighting Russia with the armies. So it's a nice play by Katie, I would say.
I like the strategic play from both France and Italy here. This makes a lot of sense. They would have just bashed their heads against each other with neither of them getting gains. They're both very good players, some of the best in the hobby right now. They know how to do this, and they're doing it the right way. Let's set up a position we can defend and go get our dots somewhere else.
Well, I'm not sure, actually. I mean, I think that Katie is going to be in a position to potentially make gains. She's +2 here. She's got 3 fleets against 2 at the moment. We'll probably see another fleet in Brest from Morgante here. Maybe, it's hard to say. I mean, there's an argument for an army Marseille here as well. So, yeah. I can't argue with the army in Marseille. But Katie puts down another fleet, which can go up to Tuscany now, and the army can get support from Tiroli out to Piedmont. So I'm not sure that this isn't a win position for Katie, tactically at least. Whether diplomatically she can come out on top or not, I'm not sure.
It's fascinating. I love this game. This has been really
okay. Well, something went horribly wrong here, obviously. Gosh. What happened? Why did all those fleets hold? This must have been a mistake or just an inability, not getting orders in or something. But that's pretty disastrous because this should have been a win position for her. And now getting that fleet in Western Med piffed is just a disaster instead of being able to advance the position. So, wow. Of course, this is a great position for Morgante now. Now he's in position to actually advance things down there. So, things can change really quickly with that sort of thing.
Katie was trying to disband her fleet.
Wow. Okay.
Which I kind of get that. Makes sense.
Well, I mean, this is not really a stable position right here, but I guess this is what they were trying to do. So if this was the goal, then they achieved it, I guess. Yeah. Okay. So I think I guess Katie's going all in on fighting Russia right here. Mm-hmm. Okay.
And
so
got a Turkish partner who's probably not going to be able to catch up. I don't hate it.
Right. And now Katie's going against the the Turks, which I think probably makes sense. There's only so much she can still get from Russia, which is basically Greece and Romania. So why not start sending things that way, especially if Morgante is playing ball? And that's what it looks like is happening. So the question now is what's going to become of the FG and where does Morgante get his next dots from if he's sticking with Germany or is he not?
Yeah, I think now's the time to not. My 2 cents. But
Well, it's not much of a stab. I mean, it seems like that was coordinated, right? I
Yeah,
mean,
it's
take Norway. I mean, this is something we saw Morgante do in the last game, right? Push your ally forward and take the centers behind them.
Yeah.
And if you can get away with it and your ally's willing to let you do that, then that's better than a stab, right? You make your ally the front line, and you just kind of, they take a dot, you take a dot. And so you're growing, they're taking dots further ahead, and you're taking dots behind and just creeping up. I mean, this is great play if you can get away with it.
Well, and this is another example of where that balance between, hey, am I going to get dots off my ally to try and pad my score, or am I going to stick with somebody who's willing to work with me? And like, there's really no huge downside to continuing to work because.
Well, I mean, Ed put himself in a position that allowed this to happen, right? I mean, he kind of decided to extend himself up in Scandinavia and with putting his armies up there rather than in the middle of the board where they actually could have, moved either eastward towards Warsaw or westwards towards defending against Morgante. And so, he kind of got his hand forced by his own positioning.
It's the textbook gunboat diplomacy. Like, hey, do this or else.
Look at the collapse of Russia. That's really a drag to see, right? I mean, we had Russia was up to 8 or 9 centers, and I think it's probably not too likely that they're going to survive this game at this stage. The dreaded convoy to North Africa. This looks like it's winding down. I think that they're going to take some dots and call this pretty soon. So, I don't know. Is this a draw-based system that they're playing here?
We'll have to ask David if he knows the scoring system. I think it's center-based, but I can't remember off the top of my head. If anybody knows in chat, we can bring that up.
Okay. So we're at like a 10-10-9 here, and let's see. Are we gonna keep pushing on this?
I bet they split.
This is, I mean, it's fairly annoying to take out Turkey here. I mean, you can sort of play tiddlywinks like this and just kind of do it and grind them out, which looks like what they want to do. So that's just a drag for Turkey to have to deal with that, though. But it looks like they're all arranged bounces and yada yada yada. So this should center based. Okay. Well, if it's center based, it looks like we're playing for a 3-way draw for some reason in a center based system. But that's okay. Let's see. Did we just convoy? We did. We convoyed Tunis to St. Petersburg. Okay, sure. Why not?
Do it for the lulz.
Yeah, and we go kill Khan, and then we should be able to take out the last dot. And so I guess we're going to end this like 11-12 or something, right? We're going to give Ed the dot, or we're going to go 12-12-10 here. Okay.
12-12-10. So Katie and Morgante end up splitting. Germany comes in at a 10. Not horrible scores for any of the 3 survivors, but it could have been more. Is there anybody you feel like had a better chance and may have passed on an opportunity?
I mean, positions like this happen for a number of reasons, and they're heavily diplomatically influenced. And so, folks are playing for a particular type of result, and it's hard to critique it when folks are playing for that result and they get it right. So I don't know what actually led to this, but clearly it was something diplomatic, not tactical. There were plenty of points in this game, obviously, where there were tactical options. And you can even look at the end position of this game is not a stable position by any stretch of the imagination, right? So if folks wanted to play to push, they certainly could have, and that was just not the game they were playing here, which is perfectly reasonable, and it's a good result for all 3 of them. So well done.
All right. Well, we're going to bring David Hood onto the stream for our final Tour of Britain game. After that, we'll get to our final VDL games. Thank you, Adam, and I will see you all shortly.
You're muted again, David. David, you're muted. We can't hear you.
I hate when I do that. I just put the scoring system for this into the chat. So it is a center-based system. It's the World Classic system that was developed for last year's VWDC.
All right.
Adam, do you want me to call these names out?
Go for it.
Saren Kwok, we all know from London, plays a lot of gunboat, speedboat, but also has been playing really well virtual lately. Melinda Holly, somebody I've known literally since 1986 or something, playing diplomacy that long. Chris Woolger, one of our British players, has played in previous iterations of the Tour of Britain. Carl Runenberg, we know this is our favorite guy that's either in New York City or Seattle, depending. Karthik Khanna, some guy that's currently number one in the DBNI. Evan Swihart, we've already seen tonight, and Ronu, we've already seen tonight. So again, a lot of the usual names. We hadn't seen Carl any tonight until now, or Melinda, or Chris Woolger. So it'd be interesting to see how they did in this game. Spring of 01. You want to go with that, Adam?
Sure. Yeah, so nobody opened to the channel for this for once, so that's different. I hate to say it, but I think we've seen a lot of that today. We see Venice to Piedmont, but not with Rome to Venice, actually. Rome goes down to Apulia and Ione, and that's kind of an interesting opening for Italy. Otherwise, we're seeing pretty normal stuff. No bounce in Galicia is always interesting, and Moscow going up to St. Petersburg. So, yeah, a little bit of variety here.
I'm thinking it's an AIR. It's an AIR from the beginning. I mean, it's the second time tonight we've seen an Austrian army in Vienna hold, but in this case, it was because it was diplomatic, I think. Yeah, this is very much looking like an AIR alliance in the East.
Yeah, it sure does.
In the West, we've got the supported convoy to Norway, which makes sense given the Russian move north. Otherwise, nothing to write home about.
Yeah, do you think we're going to see some kind of triple to combat that?
You would, if that was true, you would think the Germans would have bounced the Russians out of Sweden, which they did not do. And
yeah,
it looks here like that's not what's going to happen. There's going to be some kind of fighting in the West.
Yeah, and it looks like England, at least for now, is going to get the short end of that. With the Germans moving out to Helgoland and the French moving into the English Channel. Though, you know, the bounce in Burgundy is kind of interesting. One might assume that was arranged since Marseille did not get involved in that and supporting Paris, right? In fact, there's a lot of units just kind of sitting there. And actually, Belgium's kind of maybe sitting in the breeze a little bit.
And Saren's units moved back instead of staying with the AIR poke against the Germans. Saren looks like she's actually trying to cut Karthik out of this thing.
Yeah, that's pretty early for that to see this sort of play, especially with the Austrians moving out to Aegean, taking Bulgaria, yet going for Venice. The other possibility, I mean, Venice could have been an arranged bounce, but it is very strange to see that along with Tyrolia.
We didn't say. Did we talk about the Turkish convoy to Sev in 02? We should have.
No, we probably should.
It was awesome. Yeah. All right. So build-wise, the Turks are staying the same. The Austrians are building the army. Russians are building the army. We'll see if they go back into an attack on the Germans. It's a possibility, given that it was the only place the Russians could build.
Right.
It'd be interesting to see if this is going to be some kind of attack.
You've got to imagine Warsaw is going to go down to Ukraine now and try to deal with the Turks, unless they try to figure something out. I mean, who knows?
Yeah, that's exactly what it does. Yeah.
Yeah. What else do we got? It looks like. Austria. Yeah, I mean, it looks like a lot of arrangements between Austria and Italy. That was probably some kind of fake war going on, because you can see the Austrians are just kind of heading back down, convoying the Italian out and all that kind of stuff straight into Syria this time. In the West, we've got Germany trying to convoy direct into London, which doesn't go, and the Russians kind of getting their fleets out there, and England's going to have a rough day in the fall.
Yeah, I guess we still have basically the air alliance, don't we?
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be rough playing for Turkey, and wow, there goes the Turkish homeland.
And Woolger has sent a fleet down into the Med because he knew that something was up, but by itself that's not going to be enough. I guess he could have forced his way into Piedmont this time if he wanted to. Yeah, the Italians being +2 is bad news for the French here. If that's,
I imagine that Karthik probably was not expecting that. Yeah, and there comes the army and the fleet. So it looks like Saren and Karthik are probably sticking together based on those builds. And I mean, I could see this staying as an AIR for a little while, but maybe Saren decides to go up to Silesia and Galicia here and end that quickly.
Now, I do think Karthik has been on record saying he doesn't really like all those AIRs that we saw back several months ago. So we'll see if he's contributing to the delinquency of the hobby here or not.
Very, very much so.
Yeah, they've got now. There's 3 Austrian armies against Munich, so it's continuing for sure, at least from Saren's point of view.
Yep.
It's interesting that Karthik did not go to Tunis here and move the other fleet out. You know what I mean? It's like he would. I guess the theory was, I'm either going to take you out of Piedmont, or I'm going to keep you out of the Western Med. I guess that was the thinking. At any rate, the AIR is continuing to operate as intended. Did Saren make a shot at Munich that time? I guess she did. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, she did take a shot. I mean, that didn't seem likely to work. It's interesting that Warsaw held right there rather than going to Prussia, which is really what you're supposed to do in that position, right?
Yes.
And here it finally does. But again, it's a tempo thing, and if it was there in the previous turn, that would have forced their hand in their moves and whatnot, right? Because they would have had to use Ruhr to support Munich and not been able to pull back into Kiel.
I wonder what Chris's thinking was on not doing anything with Western Med, really. Not poke Turanian to keep somebody from going there. It's not like they needed to support Lyon.
There's no need to. I mean, also, the fleet Marseille there, I'm not sure how did he build a fleet in Marseille?
Must have built a fleet because the army got piffed, remember? It's
an interesting choice to do that rather than the fleet in Marseille is going to be pinned, and look how many fleets he's got. It's 5 fleets and 2 armies.
Yep. Yeah, it's definitely suboptimal.
Yeah, this is really interesting. Look at this. England retakes London and takes Belgium, so they're going to take 2 and lose Eddie. Are they going to build?
Gosh, that'd be awesome if Melinda got to build.
I don't really understand Chris pulling back and forth with on England there. It's a little strange to me.
Yeah, he may just be floundering for a strategy to do something about the AIR coming. I don't know. Losing as one of his only 2 armies is not a great strategy.
And then he pulled Burgundy rather than one of the fleets. That's wow. Interesting that Melinda built a fleet there too, rather than an army. And there she goes out to North Atlantic and English Channel, because why not? Yeah. And she's supporting the Russians out to the North Sea. I mean, this is here's where the AIR breaks through, right? We've got
they have an agent. They have an agent on the other side.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
this is this
Wow.
is we can just keep marching here until we see.
Look at this: 5 Russian fleets in the north. My goodness. Why? But Seren is now in Sev. Why is Seren in Sev? And now
probably evening out the centers or something.
Could be.
Or not.
Well, this is one way to even out the centers by taking them.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much of a front for her. If there still is an AIR, she has nobody to fight because she can't get past Munich.
Oh, I think it's great what she's doing. It's just it's if you can get away with it and not crash everything. And look, so Russia pulls some fleets from the north. That's not going to mess anything up from your strategic perspective. So I think it's great.
We got the late Austrian fleet build. Probably deterrence.
Keep Karthik honest.
Probably. I mean, just because you got an AIR doesn't mean it can be, that it's not going to break down.
Evan doesn't seem to be too upset about what Seren is doing, which is kind of interesting. I mean, I guess as long as he's still at 9 centers, he'll be 8 centers, whatever, good enough. Okay, sure.
All of this has the smell of there's air, the air very much smells like a triple.
What are we at? We're at 11, 11, 9, and England's at 2. So Melinda may be the last one to survive of the Western powers here.
I mean, if this is going to be one of these 11, 11, 11 things, which it might very well.
Well,
most of these moves are irrelevant because they're all just worked out. So that's why we can keep speeding through this particular game.
Yeah, so there goes. We bid goodbye to Melinda. And it's an 11, 11, and 1. 11, 11, 11, 1.
With one being Carl. Yeah, I mean, we've seen this game before, haven't we?
I think so. Yeah, it's amazing that the way you end up doing this is by having Austria take the Russian dots because they can't get pushed when they can't get pushed far enough through the middle. I mean that shows a lot of trust and willingness to improvise on the part of the Russian player. So give Evan a little bit of credit for being willing to go for that.
The one thing that before we leave this, and I know we need to keep the pace going. We talk about how Western triples scare everybody. When's the last time you saw a Western triple actually go all the way to the end like that? Hardly ever. AIRs go to the end a lot. We ought to be more scared of AIRs than we should be scared of the Western triples.
Yeah.
Well, that wraps up our Tour of Britain coverage. Let's take a look at our standings. I'll go ahead and bring those up. I thought I had it ready. All right, here we go. Try that again. All right. So at the end of round 4 for Tour of Britain, Morgante Pell takes the lead. Evan Swihart moves in second. Makaris Kamaridis is in third. Katie Gray moves to fourth. Eskel Sandblom in fifth. Reese Cummings in sixth. And Tom DeGrief is bumped down to 7. Fun games. What stood out to the 3 of you, or to the 2 of you, regarding these games? And Ed, I'll put you in too since you played. But you'll need to mute your speaker.
Oh well. Oh, me. All right. I did. Someone else talk first.
All right.
All right, I'll talk first.
Put you on mute.
The one thing I didn't enjoy was watching another AIR snooze. But the other 2 games, the game that Morgante played before that and the game before that, I thought were very exciting games played in the Tour of Britain, and with players that know what they're doing and were honestly fun to watch. We saw some good lessons for people who are learning this game about how to dominate a board, and some good lessons about how to play the small time. like Karthik playing in that one position where he made himself useful as the fleet for the Austrians in the mid.
Let's make sure to go ahead, Adam.
No, seeing so many of these split three ways, kind of makes me wonder, what is it about the Tour of Britain that's pushing people to go for that kind of outcome? It's certainly an outcome. We used to see this a lot more in draw-based scoring systems. They would very commonly end games that way. I think the trend has been systems that are less draw-based, even with draw components. So, I haven't seen a lot of these recently, and to see 2 in a row was kind of interesting and surprising.
Let me pull it
Actually,
back.
11-11-11-1 is a good score in Dixicon. That's a great score in a Dixicon system, but
I'll explain what happened because it goes to the theme of the night, right? The Twitter poll. Should you maximize your score in a league game? The first game that was 12-12-10 where I was on the 10, remember 12 and 12 were Morgante and Katie Gray. What did Morgante do to Katie Gray in game 1 that we watched? He used her as a janissary. So she leveraged that janissary role to say, look what I did for you in the last game. We should work together in this game. That's why he was reluctant to attack her as Italy. That's why he played in that middle ground, because he was already leading the tournament. He had nothing much to gain by board topping, or he wasn't leading, but he was doing well. Game 4, which you just watched, can be explained by game 2, or one of the games that we watched where Evan, Saren, and myself did nothing but just go tit for tat for 8 years, taking one center off the other. And I guarantee you, Saren and Evan said, we are working together. Just like we need a good score. We cannot do what we just did in the last game. These 2 last games followed before. And they wanted to build trust amongst themselves after having a horrible first game. And when I looked at the scores, and when everybody looked at the scores, I haven't played many games. There's a bonus, and they only count your top 3 or 4 out of 6 games. So this was all considered by the players. Top 4 is what Brian says. It's all considered by the players at the time. And it's a totally logical outcome based on what had happened earlier in the great games we covered.
Well, and what you're speaking to is why I love league diplomacy in particular. It's my favorite way to play diplomacy. You have that tension that you're describing is built into every game of diplomacy. But then when you add in the layers of the league on top of it, you're amplifying that feeling of, hey, every player here is trying to maximize their score. Am I going to trust them? I don't have a problem with the system that supports or even encourages split tops, as long as there is a tension behind it where you're questioning, is that person going to make the move? Is this the time they decide it's time to go? Because that's when it's exciting. Because every single time you're like, oh, I can work with this person, but are they going to make the move? And as the stakes get higher and you get to the end of the season and you're fighting either to win the event or qualify for the cut, whatever it is, it gets more and more exciting, and I love that feeling.
But let's not overplay the stakes. Come the mid game, a trusting 3-player alliance that survived to the mid game can clear a board. I mean, that's not creating tension. That's a 3-way alliance just rolling through to play to a prescribed outcome by those 3 players. Which again, I'm not saying there's anything wrong about that, but that doesn't create tension on a board. That creates people getting ground out like Aiden was in that last game and having to sit there as turkey and go from 5 to 4 to 2 to 1 to 0.
I love you, Adam. I couldn't disagree more. You can't have 3 players in diplomacy cross the line unless there's a working agent on the other side. And the fact that that one power is screwing with the others allows those 3 to happen is the failure in diplomacy. They have to work together, show that they can't break the line, and then those sides of the boards will turn in on each other.
Well, we are going to go ahead and see how it plays out in our final round of the VDL. We'll see our round 3 games. Go ahead and transition to that now. And just to, whoa, I did not do it. What did I do wrong?
I don't know. If we're still on the screen, then what you did was probably right.
There we go. There it is. All right. So tonight, just as a quick recap, this is our standings going into the final round. And I'll let you all read those. And then we are going to bring up our player list for our first game. And I'm going to, let's see, we've got Ed and I are going to do this game. So David and Adam will say farewell. And Ed, I'll let you introduce the players, and you can be the lead, and I'll do the color.
Okay. Montgomery Halprin. Never heard of him. Don't know him. We'll see how he does. Is Austria. Tommy Anderson. My number one enemy right now after he gifted Karthik DixieCon so I could lose. Farron Jane's my second enemy as she knocked me out of the last tournament that we played, Boston Massacre, so she could win. Gary Sturley, how is he 101? This guy is really good as Germany, and he plays a good Germany. Oh, God, Morgante. Don't you have another life or something? He's in Italy playing. What does he play at every game? Saren? All right. I don't think we've seen Saren in VDL, so that's acceptable. As Russia. Italy, Russia, there's going to be a little tension there, I think, between Morgante and Saren, if I'm predicting. Henry Merrill, don't know him. Couldn't tell you a thing about him, but I like that his last name is Merrill, and it's sort of a similar, is it Schenectady with Maryland?
There you go. I did not put 2 and 2 together. That's fun. All right, let's take a look at our map. And there it is. And take us away, Ed.
Okay, so I'm drawn to the east, where Austria and Russia clearly have some early cooperation. Turkey does the standard move from about 1959 to 2018. Is that the Alpine opening? We see the odd bounce in Tyrolia by Vienna and Venice, with Rome going to Venice. Okay. Standard German opening, my favorite English opening, and my preferred French opening, the supported move into Burgundy. Burgundy is French territory, and Germany should not freak out about it. Brian, take it away.
In the fall, we've got, looks like immediately drawn to Tommy convoying into Belgium with French support. So Farron and Tommy making a strong statement. They intend to work together, at least at the start of the game. England will be getting 2. Morgante does manage to make it into Tyrolia with the follow-up into Venice, which for me screams anti-Austrian. So
Yeah.
I do not.
Everybody.
I would not want to be Austria in this position, especially with Saren bringing the army into Romania and no sign of conflict between Turkey and Russia in the Black Sea. The question for me in this situation is it truly good for Italy to have strong Russia and Turkey? So something to keep an eye on there.
Well, I'd like to point out, and they say Henry's a youth, and so I'm all for youth playing diplomacy. My youth play Fortnite. This is a much better game. But Ankara holding, I know you're trying to get some Russian cooperation here, but I certainly think this is the problem with moving to Khan from Smyrna. You said earlier your favorite opening was Smyrna to Ank. You can get the fleet out if you need to, but I think you should have gone to the black. I don't care if it would have caused tensions. You go to the black if you're Turkey. If you can.
That would be the Matt Sundstrom school of thought regarding Turkish success. Black Sea gives you a lot. It's a great place to be as a Turkish player.
I agree.
All right, winner of 1901. We've got pretty standard builds. Anything stand out to you, Ed?
The Fleet Brest. I mean, with an army in London, I mean, I don't think England's going to like that. But France had to build a fleet. But I think the preferred way these days is to build it in Marseille. But that might make Italy angry. I can't really cause it. I love the German builds. I'm fine with everything.
Yeah. All right. Go ahead, Ed.
Okay. Well, just kind of as we would say here in Texas, a Mexican standoff in Burgundy. I mean, everyone just support held, where France is making clear moves to the west, but those can shift towards Tommy. Although Farron likes an ally, and I think she found one in Tommy, so I expect that to go through. Russia, this is what's standing out to me, really making the move north with the fleet into Norway and the follow-up to St. Petersburg. Turkish fleet gets out. There's clear RT cooperation here, but we'll see how far it goes. I think Turkey's in not a great position with that fleet and anchor still being there.
I love Saren's position here. One thing I learned trying to fight Doug Moore, not successfully, when he was Russia, was that he was happy in a situation like this to let Austria and Italy just beat their head against each other, and that gave him the flexibility to go play in the north. And that's what I see here. It's a great place to be if you're Russia. Fall of 02, we've got Russia successfully holding on to Norway. We've got a bounce in the black. Gets into Budapest.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That's a disaster. Montgomery.
Oh, poor Montgomery. It just piling on. We've got Khan going into Greece. We've got Tyrolia moving into Trieste.
With Italian support.
Yeah. So this is going to be a quick end, most likely, for Austria. We do see Farron moving into the Western Med. That will slow Morgante a bit. But with the build, that's probably all Morgante will need to kind of hold the line there. All in all, looks pretty good for what I would call Russia, Turkey, Italy. Is there even a term for that?
Well, yeah. I mean, if it is, I don't think it is a real alliance. We'll see if it pans out or not. I think both Morgante and Saren are making a bet that Henry will swing towards them. And that is who has the better diplomacy. But now Morgante's got issues with Farron. But, Germany can help. So I like the game so far. It was a bad turn for Montgomery. It couldn't really get worse than this one.
Yeah. All right. We've got the necessary fleet from Italy. Did Russia was up 2 and only built 1, right?
Yeah.
Interesting.
That's reasonable, I think.
Yeah, that does make sense. I like it. All right, Spring of 03. Go ahead, Ed.
Okay, well, you are seeing the writ of habeas corpus happening here as and we will see if there is a body that needs to be produced. But there's strong cooperation right now between Russia, Turkey, and Italy, and that's what it's drawn to. And they're getting to the line, and they're finishing off Austria. I sort of question whether Morgante needed to take Vienna at this point as opposed to getting to Munich, but he's better tactically than I am. I'm sure he had his reasons. And in the West, Farron pulled back a bit, but she did take Belgium. So that's a positive. Although it signals that the EF is maybe done, particularly with Germany now moving into Hegel and Bite. I guess she realized she couldn't get anything off of Germany, so she might as well try for Tommy.
All right, in the fall, we've got looks like Gascony convoying into North Africa. That's Adam Silverman's favorite place for a French army to be. We've got Russia moving into Finland. Yeah, looks like I think the major story for me would be Turkey pulling back, moving into the Black Sea, but Russia also getting into Bulgaria. Interesting.
Part of me thinks it's arranged, but part of me thinks it's not arranged. So I don't really know what's happening there. So I'll continue to keep my eye out on that. But Russia does lose Norway. So, Tommy and Farron sort of worked it out, I guess.
All right, moving forward, spring of 04. Go ahead, Ed.
Well, what happened to all those armies that were on the line? I guess they're dead now. And now it's Germany. I mean, kind of Western Tripoli, right? Everyone's moving east, including the Russians, apparently. But I definitely think it wasn't arranged now as Sarin moves to Ukraine and Sevastopol. So there is RT friction, and Morgante caught in the middle is Italy. I think it's time for the inevitable Tommy Anderson collapse. I think we're about to see it coming soon. Not yet.
Manages to pick up Sweden, so
and Berlin, but loses Holland.
Yep. Interesting. We've got Farron moving into Lyon and Morgante pulling back. That's interesting with the armies.
I mean, I'm not sure how much progress Farron's going to be able to make against Morgante here. There's a convoy opportunity, I guess, to Tuscany, but yeah.
Interesting. All right, in the winter, Farron builds Army Paris. Kind of makes sense. We've got Henry building Army in Smyrna. Sarin loses Norway. Spring of 05. Go ahead.
Okay, well, the Russian-Turkey war is essentially stalemated. The Italians lose Tyrrhenian because I think they're afraid of the convoy to Tuscany. I think this is basically the end of Farron's progress against Morgante down south in the Med. It'll be curious to see what is going to happen. He's supporting Serbia. I'm sure Sarin doesn't like that. I bet you she expected support in Serbia.
So I like usually to do the prediction about who you like to top the board in 1904. This seems like a pretty interesting place for me. Like, is there a power you feel like has an advantage to win this game?
It's too hard to tell. And I just called for Tommy Anderson's elimination. So I can't pick Tommy, but I don't know. I'll throw a dart at the board and still say I think Sarin has a lot of play.
I think Sarin's position would be the one I would pick, but it's not as easy as it was, for sure. France, I think, would be the other pick. Farron's a fantastic player. She's proven it over and over. I just don't think she's going to get it off Morgante. Fall of 05.
She takes Tunis, loses Lyon, but Tommy moves into the Channel. That could be spelling a little problem for Farron now. She got so committed down south. And Sarin may have talked her way out of it. Meanwhile, there's as David Hood would say, a dipsy doodle of Norway to St. Petersburg, St. Petersburg to Barents, Barents to Norwegian, and Sweden to Norway. Kind of like to see that. With Finland supporting Sweden, hilarious. I can't. Oh wait, Finland supporting Norway to St. Petersburg. Sorry. And then Saren making a deal with Morgante. He takes Serbia. So so he offsets Tunis, and his fleets are in a better position. So, man, I'm loving this game. It's halfway through, and I'm looking at the scores, and I'm looking at the players, and it could be anybody's game. Even Henry.
Feels like a gunboat big game to me. I don't see a ton of coordination between anyone right now. Everybody's just kind of scrambling, which we've got some gunboat players in here who are pretty solid players. I wonder if they'll have an advantage in this kind of game.
Yeah, look at Russia, deciding, okay, have the north with your fleet.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably the right move.
They do keep one fleet, though, which is good. So all is not lost in the north.
It's bad news for Turkey right now.
Yeah.
They're going to take Bulgaria.
They do.
That's the end of Turkey. Turkey will be gone quick. Meanwhile, Farron has to defend against Tommy, and Morgante is the beneficiary of that. Loving how Morgante got out. I mean, Italy was being crushed from all sides and is now just in a wonderful spot.
I would say at this point, probably best chance to top at the moment.
Yeah.
Takes Tunis back.
Helps Russia into Khan.
Yeah.
Just a wonderful move.
Just good coordination between Saren and Morgante. And we've got Tommy turning around again.
Tommy's flailing.
But he's building.
That's true. Oh, I actually think Gary's flailing. I'm sorry.
Gary's the one who's kind of struggling right now. Let's see. We've got
this whole game. This is my 5th beer. I thought Tommy was Germany because he seems to always play Germany. All my comments before were meant to be against Gary.
There you go, Gary.
Okay. Spring 1907. Revenge of the Saren. She wants her holdings back in St. Petersburg, and she's going to get them. She takes Ankara. Meanwhile, I don't like Aegean going to Bulgaria. I know why that was done, but I don't like fleets in the Bulgarian south coast. But in the west, the continued retreat of Farron, although there's not much Morgante is going to get off Farron right now, which is why you see the move north into German territory, German line areas.
And in the fall, we've got Tommy's starting to build a little line with his fleets. Although Gary does make it into North Sea. Tommy's got the Med locked, or I'm sorry, Morgante's got the Med locked up.
Tommy Turncoat Anderson, look at this. I guarantee you that Morgante thought Irish would move, or somebody supporting North Atlantic, I guess. But Tommy is supporting Farron now. They see what's coming.
Yep.
This is a great game for Morgante. Great game, and Saren.
A great turn
work
for
together.
Saren, obviously. 3 builds. Took St. Pete back, and then picked up the Turkish centers. Yeah. Good wintergreen. And to David's point earlier, they don't have a ton of units all locked up. There's more Russian units in Turkey than I would care for, but those should move quickly once Saren moves into black.
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
Yeah. Or that.
Clear coordination between it is the wintergreen, and I know Saren always says that's her favorite alliance, and probably with good reason, but this is smelling to me that it's going to lock down soon, although Tommy does get St. Petersburg back. It was inevitable that St. Petersburg would be lost. Not on that turn, but on this one. So it's going to draw. I'm pretty sure. Nope, but
Let's move in that direction. Line's set. Everybody sees it. So it should draw here, right?
yeah.
You know, anyone that would be vetoing this?
Only if someone intended to stab, but no one's really stabbable except Morgante. And I don't think Saren's going to do it.
Still going.
Took Bulgaria. Let's see how.
Could be arranged.
Yeah, but she went up one. Morgante doesn't like that.
Yeah. Now it draws.
Now it draws. On the last turn, it may not have been
time.
It may have been by time, and Saren may have known that.
Yeah.
Morgante may have got sniped at the end. Morgante, if you were sniped, tell us.
I'm very interested in that also. So congratulations, Saren. I mean, pulling out the win at the end, it was rough for a couple moments, but overall I felt like it was a pretty solid Russian game. Morgante, I did not expect Morgante to be in the position he was, leading so much of that game. Morgante says he wanted her to top. It was arranged. He didn't care about a 9 center top. So
what a jerk.
It's nice to have the privilege of needing big scores. Like, you don't care about that. For me, I'm thrilled anytime I can top ever.
Ditto. Look, nobody should underestimate Saren anymore.
Yes.
Like, if they do, it's at their peril. Yeah. She's shown it time and again. She knows exactly what she's doing. She had the tactical skills. Now she's cresting on her diplomatic skills. Wonderful. I'm happy to see it, even though she and I are in complete distrust of each other. But she deserves all the accolades that she should be getting and is getting on DBN and elsewhere in the hobby.
Yeah, I love seeing that. All right, we're going to keep moving quickly through here. We're going to move up to our next game. Let me go ahead and pull that up. This will be our final game. I'm going to go ahead and pull in David and Adam to close this out.
I'm going to
David,
give one bit of inside info. First of all, I know Liam's playing in the game, and my nickname for him is the Delta variant. But two, Doug Moore, many people have told me, although I don't know for a fact, had several adult beverages by the time he played this game. We will see how that affects his play, if at all.
Well, according to the chat thread that I'm seeing right now, the adult beverages may have been imbibed by several individuals. So we'll have to watch this, see how it goes. All right, Ed, we'll say farewell to you. Thank you.
Farewell.
And see you to close out the show. And we'll also bring in, or I'm going to kick myself off, and I'll bring up the player list, and you guys can take it from there.
David, you got to learn by now.
There are people out there who think, please keep him muted. Please. Does he ever have to unmute?
I could let you go the whole time, but I didn't think that would be nice.
Totally awesome. Why don't you pull out I'll call out the players, you do Spring 01.
Sure.
So Aiden Lewis from the great state of North Carolina, the old North State. Klaus DeGroff, we've seen tonight several times. Liam Stokes, apparently now the Delta variant. Jean Hitaro, I said earlier that I was hoping for something great out of Hitaro after really storming into the Virtual Diplomacy League last month. Jason Massbaum, everyone's favorite player, particularly those people who are named Siobhan. Doug Moore of the Adult Beverages fame, and Sabia Huja, also, frankly, of Adult Beverages fame. Although
And I'm just seeing a correction here that David Graff was actually playing in Germany.
Okay, well, unfortunately, I won't see what Hataro is doing. I did see a link or a thread that said Sabi was not imbibing in adult beverages today, so we'll see what that means in relation to Doug's play.
Well, as long as it's not another AIR, I think David will be satisfied.
Show me something new is all I'm saying. Show me something new. There's plenty of new things to do.
All right. Oh, that's new. Okay. I don't know that I've ever seen this Austrian opening. Budapest to Trieste. Vienna to Galicia, Trieste to Albania. That's pretty far out. The bounces the Italian out of Trieste. Gets Galicia, but of course, we'll see what happens with Serbia from that position. The Turks and the Russians bounce in Armenia. We see that occasionally. That's not unheard of, not usual either. And we got France moving into the English Channel and Marseille holding. So actually, quite a bit of non-standard stuff right there.
It's very true. Yeah, and the Russian move north is always fun.
Right.
All right, Fall. What are you going to show us? What kind of insanity do you have in store?
What is the likelihood? Oh, Bulgaria does not go to Serbia. Okay, Bulgaria supports the
convoy to Greece.
The convoy to Greece,
which apparently the support wasn't needed
because the Austrians didn't go there.
Wow,
there you go.
You sometimes see in games some AI fighting in the early parts of the game. We don't see it as much in virtual play.
Oh, this is cool. So the Doug in Russia convoy St. Petersburg to Sweden. You don't see that too often. That's really interesting. Covers Warsaw, walks into Romania, but the Turks move into the Black Sea in Armenia. So maybe raining a little bit on that parade. 3-bill Germany as well.
Yes, and they take them all.
2 fleets.
That's bold. It is often the right answer, honestly, but it is often something that most people are unwilling to commit to. That's why we usually see just the 1 fleet when you got 3 builds.
You want to take this one?
Well, I like the Germans are really moving in this game, aren't they? I mean, Silesia and Baltic. I mean, if you're going to go and fight the Russians, you might as well fight the Russians. Of course, the problem with that is the English didn't get the memo. Because the English went to Skagerrak. They're clearly not going to help you fight the Russians, and tried to convoy to Denmark. I guess maybe they were expecting Russian support for the convoy to Denmark, which would have worked.
It looks like Doug forgot to submit orders.
Oh, gosh. I just realized it was all holds. Yeah. Okay, so now we're getting the adult beverage angle. The French are making a pretty concerted attack against the English. I mean, the Turks are in Serbia. It's just a normal game.
Totally normal.
It's a totally normal game in every way. You want to take the fall?
Yeah, well, I mean, it looks like this turn the Germans attack do the attack on the Russians fairly ineffectively because the Germans are mainly focused on attacking the English, who take Denmark now, while France is trying to take Liverpool unsuccessfully. I don't know what to say about that. That's just a little bit of swinging around. I didn't quite catch the East. I think we went a little bit fast there, but I guess I'm seeing some red arrows. And Doug's actually sending something down to Seb, so some paranoia about the Turks there, but not a lot of movement actually.
Just the Turks taking Serbia, as I mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
So the Turks building the army in Ankara is interesting. I mean, I guess that means that he didn't like the Russian move to Sev. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I think the Turks probably did not like what the Russians did there, and they're seeing. I mean, look at the Italians. The Italians built fleet in Rome, not even in Naples. So clearly, they're eye to eye with Jason in Italy, and we're going to see some degree of at least non-aggression between the two of them, if not maybe some cooperation this term with Jason in Albania and that whole thing.
Well, when you've got a weak Austria, it would encourage you to have an IT in this situation.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we're getting here, right? So Jason pushes up into Trieste right there. Western Med. The Rome to Tuscany is kind of interesting, going to Tuscany instead of Tyrrhenian Sea. Both of them give you a path to Lyon, but the Tuscany also gives you the opportunity to support yourself to Piedmont, which is interesting. But then again, since France's fleets are all up north, there wasn't really much to be worried about there anyway. So what else do we have here? We have another unsuccessful convoy into Wales. Man, Klaas is really sniffing out Liam's moves here. That's multiple turns he's guessed correctly there, which is quite remarkable. And the Germans retake Denmark. I can't tell if that's with Russian help or in spite of Russian doing something.
Yeah, I think that was with Russian help. Although Baltic, maybe it wasn't. Or maybe I'm going to put you there and then I'm going to be behind you. No, he moves away in the fall. So putting the army into Galicia makes sense. The Germans continue to go back and forth, and they've done it one too many times because now the French have snuck into Munich. I said earlier in the stream when Brandon did that, that's really how France gets off to the races, is they sneak into Munich. It's hard to force your way into Munich, but if you can sneak your way to Munich, you've really got the German position messed up. And that's what has happened here.
Yeah, I think the other interesting thing is now Jason is in Piedmont, Lyon, Western Med, and has a build-in pocket. France has got a build-in pocket too. We'll probably see something in Marseille, but with fighting England and Italy at the same time, that's not really the position you want to be in, especially with Munich sitting where it is. Maybe you can work with the Russians, but you may not be holding on to that either.
Yeah, McCullis is making a decent point about, fine, you sneak into Munich, but why you're sneaking into Munich? You're fighting the English, and there's an Italian coming. Don't you want a friend? I mean, the answer is you do, but it's Liam, and he is the Delta variant, so he doesn't listen to the rest of us, and we do not have a inoculation against him.
Do you like the Fleet Marseille build here? Or would you prefer an army? Just because that Fleet, the Marseille, it's always tempting to build it when you've got Italy coming at you. But on the other hand, it does give you a little bit less flexibility, and it's really hard to get out.
In general, I agree with that. Although in this case, because he doesn't have any fleets in the south, maybe he was thinking, I need at least one because he can pull the army from Picardy down into Burgundy or something.
Yeah. Well, you also have England disbanding Fleet Liverpool, so this might be an opportunity to get back on the same page with them. We'll see if that can play.
He probably needs to. Certainly needs to. Oh, it does get piffed. And that's the problem with the fleet, is it can't retreat anywhere.
Yep.
That's unfortunate.
Yep.
Yeah, the Germans are moving back to take Munich. Liam may have outfoxed himself there with a snaking of Munich.
Yep. Also of note, the Turks take Romania with Black Sea and put another fleet into the Black Sea. That's very friendly to Italy right there, and obviously very unfriendly to Doug.
Indeed. Yeah, it's a pretty well-functioning IT. It would be better if it was an army in Romania instead of the fleet. But you work with what you've got.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they can hold it probably, but they almost for sure can hold it. They've got some guesses if they want to try to take out another Austrian dot this turn, though.
That's the problem with it being a fleet instead of an army in Romania.
Yep.
But, as I said, you got to work with what you got, and sometimes you've just got to do the best you can.
And there goes Budapest, so they got it right.
Doesn't matter anyway, yeah.
Yeah.
Because the Russians took a shot at Romania.
Yeah, I also just noticed that England somehow got into Belgium. They must have convoyed there in the spring. I think we missed that. Did they convoy over Germany or over France or something?
I don't remember. We're trying to do this in a little bit of a fast fashion.
That's right. Okay, two builds for Turkey. Quite nice. Quite nice.
We didn't miss that detail.
No, not at all. All right. And so France disbands the English Channel. Ooh. Well, I guess it's a bunch of bad choices. English might be the best one.
I don't know what else you would do there.
Yeah.
And Jason is coming. I mean, Jason's got 3 on Spain now.
Yeah, Spain is toast.
We'll see how long this IT Kraken can last.
Two armies for Turkey, right? I mean,
that's what you do when you have an IT.
Yeah, well, though putting a fleet into Sev may not be what you want to do, but that's just the continued awkwardness of that first position. I think you probably have to do it that way. Well, you don't have to do it that way, but it made sense to do it, I guess, so you don't get that risk getting it piffed. Well,
and Romania could be cut, couldn't really be the supporting unit, etc. So it makes sense, and you maybe move it around later. It's not ideal, but it's ideal to take the center from Doug. That's ideal.
For sure. And Jason now takes Vienna. Wow, what a great turn for Jason. He gets back into Marseille. Why does he lose Spain? Oh, because the English are now help.
The French went from Marseille to Spain with support of the other units.
Yeah, that's good. That's a good move by Liam now.
I agree.
The Germans are now. Doug Moore was replaced by Brandon. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Well, so it looks like we've got sort of a Tripoli thing going on now. We've got England moving up against the Russians. We've got Germany moving east. So a little bit of a delayed Western Triple going on, which is sensible to fight that IT.
Yeah, now with a change in personnel in Russia, what can you make some kind of deal with Brandon? Let him be the defensive tip of the spear in the north. I mean, it's not like your fleet in Sevastopol is threatening him. So,
yeah, there's a reasonable argument to ask him to go up to St. Pete and get the units to protect St. Pete, force him to get a 4th unit up there in order to take it, right?
Yeah. I mean, the Turks still can move armies into Galicia and Ukraine. That can be what they do with their time while all this is happening.
Yeah,
I guess she moved to Trieste because it was a German in Tyrolia.
Yeah, and they're trying to boot him out, which doesn't work. So, that's okay. I mean, they can swap some units. I don't understand, Jason. Did he just build 2 armies in Rome and Naples?
He was thinking that he didn't need another fleet because the fleets are sort of locked, but he surely didn't need another army.
Yeah, it sort of feels like, sort of feels like maybe wave it and see what happens, or at least get another fleet behind. So if you get into Spain, you can follow it up.
Yeah.
And he got kicked out of Marseille there. And there it is. England makes their move against the French.
Probably okay, because you don't really. It's not like the French can do a whole lot to hurt you with only 2 centers. Well, I guess they took Marseille, so they got 3 centers.
No, they got 3, but they can. You can argue with them. You want to live through the game or not, and we can just hold the line with your 3, and I get my thing up north. So I think England still has a reasonable argument to keep France alive at this stage if they're willing.
Just another reason why Jason should not have built that extra army. And another fleet would be good if you're getting ready to punch.
Well, I mean, look at the boot. I mean, you got 4 armies on the boot and no enemies down there, right? So, yeah, and there. Well, one of them goes away. And Liam makes the right choice in removing Portugal here, because that really does send the message to England saying, "Hey, okay, you want to take my dots, okay, but all right."
Or game over.
Yeah, this is locked up and makes sense. I think it's a sensible place to end it. I think, not a huge result for anybody, but looks like England and Italy on top with. Oh no, I'm sorry. Turkey is on top. Yeah, that makes with Turkey on top with Italy and England in a close second.
Well, I hesitate to say that any game ought to be called after 06.
Well, you could certainly argue that Turkey has some options there, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's okay. In the case of some of these players, they've been playing all day.
Yeah, this could be the second or third game for them.
Yeah, and that really is a factor, and I don't think it's an illegitimate factor. I mean, it's for fun. If you're not having fun because you're worn out, it's okay to call it.
Well, congratulations, Sabi. I am not confident in this, but I think that may be their first board top. So if certainly in the VDL, I believe. So congratulations. It's always fun to see. And this is another example, coming back to our Twitter question. Sabi had the top. Do they go ahead and take dots off someone else in order to improve that score, to maximize that score, or is this enough? It's an interesting place to be, an interesting scenario to kind of see play out. So, Ed, welcome back.
Thank you.
All right. And joining us right now, we have Karthik Konath. Karthik, how are you doing?
Happy to be here. Thanks for having me. Welcome, Horns.
We tried to get you a night off, and then you turn around and do well, and we have to bring you on anyway. So,
Indeed. I mean, if that's what happens, I'll take it.
All right. So I'm going to let David and Adam take a quick break. Thank you both for covering. And Karthik will talk through a couple of your games and get your quick after action. All right. So Karthik, how did the games go today?
So I only played one game. I only played BDL round 2. I ended up getting a solo top in that game, which I was very, very happy with. It was supposed to be actually a shared top with Morgante, but some cross-communication lines resulted in Spain not being handed over to me as expected, because what was originally supposed to happen was that I was supposed to take Spain, and then I was going to go to Portugal while Morgante backfilled. But in his view, Wardy was going to go to there, and then there was going to be some backfills into Spain and Marseille, and that confusion caused some chaos there that resulted in me surprisingly getting the board top.
Let's take a look at that.
Sure.
Look at that moment. So go ahead and bring that up on screen. Okay, so what was the moment of the confusion? Was it right here at the end?
No, so if you go back one turn, so here, in my view, I was supposed to be supported by Wardy into Spain while I go into Mid-Atlantic. And then in the fall of 1910, Mid-Atlantic was supposed to support Spain into Portugal, while Marseille supports Lyon into Spain. And then after that, he would take Greece, and that would put us both on a 10-10 even split.
Got it. Well, sometimes it's better to be lucky than to be good, but that's not a problem for you. How do you feel being the #1 ranked player in the DBNI right now?
It feels both good and surprising. It is not an honor that I expected to have in the season. I mean, last year I was, I think, 11th or 13th, something like that, at the end of the season. And that was something I was very, very happy with at the time. That was something I was proud of. To be #1 in the DBNI is just an incredible honor.
And you've been playing well in the league. I believe we'll have to wait and see at the end of the broadcast the results and the standings. But I think this result here most likely did put you up into the top 7 for VDL. Last year, if I remember, you were 3rd place. Is that right?
Yes, last year I was 3rd place in the VDL.
Yep. So good to see that success continue. What do you feel like are maybe 2 things that you do well that are leading to your consistent success?
Sure. So I think one of the things is trying to find a way to survive and find success whenever there is a way possible to do so. So in this game and in the Tour of Britain game, you would have seen me finding ways to almost inexplicably survive when I was marked to die. In the Tour of Britain game, I was reduced to 1 center incredibly early after a very, very well executed stab by Wardy. I mean, he just crushed my position with that stab, so kudos to him for doing so. But through a combination of offering my fleet for use and then also offering like tactical advice, I found a way to make myself useful. And I think like that's probably the most important thing, which would lead me to point two. Being able to find a way to make yourself useful to your allies is the greatest way to avoid your allies killing you. So long as you are able to justify your existence to your allies and show your allies why your existence is preferable to them just having your centers, you are able to avoid them wanting to stab you, let alone them being able to stab you. And I would say them not wanting to stab you is generally better than not being able to, because them not being able to generally requires you to commit units to defending your home centers that reduces your unit efficiency, whereas making them not want to allows you to make some really, really up-tempo plays that allows you to capture centers across the line and across the board in really rapid fashion that you otherwise would not be able to. So I think those are the two traits that really make me able to succeed. But going back to the point about like surviving and fighting to survive, if you go back to I think like 1904 or 1905 in that game, in the BDL game, I mean, I had a Russia bearing down on me, I had Italy bearing down on me, and I had Turkey bearing down on me after that stab. Like for all intents and purposes, here I really should have died. Like Russia didn't want me to live, Turkey didn't want me to live, Italy didn't want me to live. But by convincing them that, hey, I offer you significant value against the EG, if that is dominant alliance on the board, and I also offer you extreme value against Turkey, stabbing both of you, I was basically able to show them, like, hey, like keeping me alive, like my units and my position is actually more valuable than just simply taking my dots and killing me there.
So at this moment, I mean, it does not look good for you. I remember looking at this and like, oh, okay, guess not today.
Right.
But like, what were the feelings going through you like right now? Like, how did this?
Yeah. So, I mean, the first feeling was pure panic, right? Because I mean, like Morgante is an incredible player, and also a really reliable player, right? Like, I think Morgante is a very, very underrated alliance player. Like, he gets a lot of flack, but I think like in terms of like likelihood to stab, he is one of the least likely players to stab you. But here, I let that reputation get the better of my spidey senses, I guess. So I moved out of position when I probably shouldn't have, and I got cut out for it. And as a result of that stab, I was like, oh, Jesus. Wardy stabbed me. Morgante stabbed me. It's going to be like Tora Britain round 3 all over again. But then I was able to go to pull Wardy aside and pull Robert aside and be like, hey, like EG have showed zero signs of breaking up until this point. If they come across the line, Turkey will happily dot you and do like a 3-way split with EG because they have no reason not to. And I think that line was very persuasive because, I mean, it's reasonably true, right? Like, you look at the board and that's something that you can see happening. And then I suggested, hey, like Wardy, there's a way for you to get your dots off of me while also helping me out. So, like, why don't we do that? So I asked him to go to Serbia because I figured that Bulgaria was going to go there, which left me free to bounce him and Ionian. Allowed me to get Russia to support me into Galicia and then have Bohemia pull back to Vienna. I actually didn't expect Tyrol to get blown up here. I mean, technically I could have retreated to Piedmont, but I figured just destroying it, it would be fine. This is actually a miscalculation because I thought I had the ability to rebuild in Budapest, but it turns out that I'm just really bad at counting and math. So, but if we go forward to the next turn, we'll see how this really came together properly, and that we're able to basically cut off some of Morgante's growth opportunities in Austria. And then we go to the turn after this. We see some, the setup of the reversal of forces, right? I get Romania, and now suddenly, Morgante is like, wait a second. With my fleets the way they are, my armies the way they are, like, I don't have the growth opportunity, anymore. So it was really just trying to change board realities in your favor is the dominant theme of how I got everyone to turn around for me.
Were there any other key moments in this game?
I think this, and then the previous key moment, being the miscommunication there over Spain, where I genuinely thought that I was supposed to get Spain and then move into Portugal, while Morgante got Spain, which would have given us 11-11. Instead of the moves that he thought were supposed to happen, which would have given us a 10-10. But in the end, it went a different way altogether. So,
Well, congratulations. Happy for your success in this game and the success that you're having in across the leagues and circuit right now. Appreciate having you on the broadcast when you're able to. Happy you were able to play. So good seeing you. Thank you for sharing. I learned a little bit, and I feel like I know you pretty well as a co-broadcaster. It's fun to hear you as a player. So.
Of course. And just a little shout out before I go. I'm giving a masterclass on how to play Austria on the BWDC server tomorrow at 9 a.m. Pacific, 12 Eastern. So if you want to join, feel free. We'd love to have you.
Awesome. If you've not had the opportunity to join a masterclass, recommend it. Done it a couple times. You get some of the best voices in the diplomacy hobby. Just having usually some prepared topics and then conversation. The conversation is my favorite part. You get
Definitely.
like a lot of times you'll see videos and articles and they're very one way. The conversation about a guided topic has been really good. So recommend it and check it out tomorrow if that's something you're interested in. All right. Thanks, Karthik. Have a good evening. And we'll welcome back David and Adam and Ed. It is time for us to close out this broadcast. But before we do, let's take a look at our standings, see how things turned out. Pull those up. And
my name is absent.
Your name is everywhere. What are you talking about?
Hey, I haven't been invited for any master classes. I could do one on Scotch.
That's one I might be interested in. All right, so here we see our final standings after the July VDL games. We do have some shakeups. Mikalis and Morgante maintain their positions, but we have a new third place. Brandon Fogel means we'll have a new stat card for us to look at with our August broadcast. Craig Mayer jumps up to fourth. Ben Kelman drops to fifth. Karthik moves to sixth, and Saren Kwok moves into seventh. Rounding out our top 10, we have Miles Holcomb, Peter LeBeau, Eskel Sandblom, and then let's take a look at positions 11 to 20. Sabi, their success got them up to 11th. Andre Janico drops from 7th to 12th. Alex Noggle 13th, Nicholas T, Jason Massbaum, Ed Sullivan, Tom DeGrief, Simon Bath, Doug Moore, Klaus DeGroff. Great play. Why don't we go through closing thoughts? We'll go, Adam, we'll start with you. What were you expecting to see and what did you see tonight?
I think we had a lot of dynamic play in the VDL games. In particular, I think there was some very different types of openings, different types of mid games, and I enjoyed seeing some of the players that were having trouble early in the game come back. As Karthik did, and I think we saw in a few other games some powers. Not necessarily get out of the gate to a good start, but manage to pull things off later on. I was actually kind of stricken by the standings, noting that positions 3 through 7 or 8 were separated by about 10 or 11 points. This is still anybody's tournament, and it's really tight up there. So it's going to be really interesting to see how this continues.
Ed, was there anything that surprised you about tonight's games?
I was surprised by that question. I'm not surprised that Brandon moved from 19th to 3rd. Okay, that's not a surprise because he's such a great player. But I just want to make these comments about the VDL. I'm just going to go on a rant. The VDL is a lot of fun. And for people who are just lurking and don't really know how to dip their toe in the water of diplomacy. I was that guy a year ago. My first game in the VDL was August last year. You can come in August of this year, and make the top board. You can come in and have a lot of fun. It's a low stress league with a lot of fun and a lot of good players and a lot of new players, which I like to see. And I think we can see more new players. But I'd also encourage some of the older veterans, especially our oldest veteran here on the show tonight, to come in and play a game of VDL. I wonder who I'm talking about. But there are people missing. And I don't know why John Anderson isn't really playing. He's the one that told me I needed to do the VDL. He got me involved. And I hope that the people we saw last year get back. Tanya, other people, Dave Roberts, Jackson Roberts. Haven't seen these guys. But they did great at the VDL last year. There's no reason they shouldn't be playing this year unless there's school or work or whatever you've got to do, and I understand. But it's a great league. I love playing it. I'm honored to comment on it, and I'll shut up.
Well, thanks, Ed. And I will second that. One of the beauties about how Zach Moore has structured this league is you really can be successful with just a couple of good scores. So you do increase your odds by playing more, but that's not necessary. 2 or 3 good games, four, and you're in for sure. But like you said, it's a fun group of people. I love being able to be a part of it on the broadcast side and just getting to spend time with this community and get to meet new players. And the talent level has just been spectacular. David, any storylines that you were watching tonight, and why don't you wrap up the play that you saw?
I said in the opening of the show that I was really hoping or watching or hope to be watching somebody break out and do something they hadn't done before, take control of their game. Sabi Ahuja, that's what I'm talking about. Go up there, get a top. Don't think that's going to be the last one. I think it's just going to be the first one. Mm-hmm. And let me just double down on what Ed Sullivan just said. If you're watching this stream, and there's a lot of you, hundreds of you that watch this every time, but you haven't played yet, there's no reason for you not to dip your toe in. None. Even if you come in and you're not really expecting to, quote, compete in the leagues, because so what? The game of diplomacy is fun just as a one-off. So even if you just want to come and play the game and learn it, you don't have to be the best player that's ever played. We're not in here, we're not savaging people that don't know how to play. We're trying to help people learn to play. So come in here, learn to play, meet some really great people. I mean, you get to meet people like Ed Sullivan. Playing games with him is fun. And so come in.
It's very fun. I promise you a good time.
It's really fun. It's actually pretty fun. So come on in. The water's fine.
All right. Well, and that will complete our broadcast. Guys, we did it. That was 10 games in almost exactly 5 hours. Well done. Chat was popping tonight. Loved watching that. Thank you all for being there. And once again, I'm going to ask, if you haven't already done so, please like and subscribe. Tell your friends, share the game we love. Let's get new faces, grow this hobby. It is an amazing thing. And I love that we've got a platform where we can share the game we love, help make it more visible, help people find it, participate in it. And I think that's good for everyone. So with that, thank you all for watching. And I wish everyone to have a very good night. Good night, all.
I'll show you who I am.